Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill. Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill. Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high-mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible bursts in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamp Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
My magic flows as freely as the wind. Name of the winds. The storm is coming. The void is like wind. Listen. It is the sound of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind.
Slain an enemy. Impressive. Under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamp version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible burst in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamped Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Magic flows as freely as the wind. Name of the winds. The storm is coming. The void is like wind. Listen, it is the sound of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind.
Slain an enemy. Impressive. Under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream!
Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high-mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible burst in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamped Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
My magic flows as freely as the wind. Name of the winds. The storm is coming. The void is like wind. Listen. It is the sound of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind.
Slain an enemy. Impressive. Under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream.
Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill. Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible burst in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamped Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Magic flows as freely as the wind. Name of the winds. The storm is coming. The void is like wind. Listen. It is the sound of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind.
Slain an enemy. Impressive. Under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream!
Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high-mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible bursts in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamp Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
All right. Welcome everyone to the NAVA Battlegrounds Arena, first ever hosted tournament. Today for the matches that we got today, this is going to be the tournament lineup, but today for the matches we got, this is the round of 16. Luminous versus Foreign Famous is going to be starting in just a couple more minutes. And then we also got TAD versus Unexpected. I believe that is the Asian Disappointment. We got Bedtime versus Forgotten Ones at 8 o'clock. Aether Havoc versus Akatsuki. Prime Esports versus Ackerman. Whiplash versus the Empire at 9:30. Ooh, that one's going to be pretty spicy. And then at 10 o'clock, we got MYT Esports versus Legacy. And then for our last match today, we're going to have Huevo versus Team Ace. For all the matches today, guys, it is all going to be best of ones. So winner gets to move on to day 2, which is going to be tomorrow around the same time. And the loser just kind of goes home. There's not really a in-between or a loser's bracket. And yeah, everyone is ready on our side, so we will jump right in. Today we have, for this match, we got Eunice as one of the casters, and we also got me as one of the casters right now. Eunice, you could say hi. I think they can hear you now. Hello, Eunice. How are you doing?
I'm kind of tired, not gonna lie.
Awesome.
I was casting NACT last night, so a little bit tired, but you know, very exciting tournament. And now I do see some actual really good players already up on the board right now, so kind of excited. So
yeah, this is Luminous versus Foreign Famous. Luminous is going to be the team on the left side. Couple familiar faces, at least from my end. I do know now she's pregnant. I believe he's either going to be playing like a tank or even an EXP, but you know, maybe these people shift around in roles. But on the other side, we do have Foreign Famous. Anything familiar coming from you?
I mean, Foreign Famous is actually Dave's squad. Assassin Dave. I don't know if he's actually the one that made this lineup or they are playing under that name that, you know, gets sponsored by Dave. But I believe now she's pregnant. She actually plays mage. I played with her a couple times actually in rank, and I've seen she plays a really good mage over there.
Are we sure it's a girl?
Guy, girl. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, right? But we do see these bans already starting to come in. Martis is going to get banned. Kaja, these are some very common bans. Minsithar is going to get banned out as well in our lot, and these are some pretty common bans. Minsithar is still in the rework, so don't know how teams are letting that kind of walk right now, because actually in the NACT side, Minsithar is actually not allowed to be played for any of the matches, as it is still in the revamp works, as there can be bugs up in the ground when we play. So I mean, it is a good ban, right? I mean, you can still let it walk. It's not one of those big tournaments yet, but bans are about to get finalized. So
yeah, it's pretty exciting, because like there's a pretty big difference, you know, when it comes down to you know, an NACT type of thing where it's like pretty officially regulated versus like one of the smaller tournaments that we got right here. So, you know, a lot of the tournament rules is going to be a little bit different. I believe there's also like something that has to do with like a Faramis being banned out, or like the Eve being unusable.
So a little bit of insight on that information as a NACT caster, right? We did not allow Faramis or actually Fleeting Time to be used because there was a bug with the actual item that triggered Faramis's passive to be he's basically unkillable. You know, he can come back up within a couple seconds if the Fleeting Time passive triggered wrong. So we did not want to allow that to happen, so we did make sure that Faramis and Fleeting Time was not used, and we also, like I said, banned out the Minsithar. It is a revamp, it's in the works, so we are not allowed to use it for about 2 weeks. So I mean, but this is a more of an underdog tournament, so you guys are free to use whatever you guys want. So I'm seeing a lot of things walk right now, and Joy is open, and we didn't know that Joy did get a recent nerf, but she's gonna go ahead. Now she's pregnant, is gonna go ahead and lock in with that Faramis, but Joy is going to come in response to that.
Yeah, I do like from the side of Luminous, they did opt to ban for that Valentina, and to pick up the Faramis is relatively safe. There's also that glue that's on the board, but with the other side of Foreign Famous picking up that that little furry, they should really be able to get their things going right now. And again, there's a lot of things that are on the board. They opt to ban for the Fredrin and the Martis. Those are two of the strongest, what do you call it, kind of like a tanky type of junglers. So you know, there is a lot on the board, and Kufra comes out right here.
Yeah, and the Kufra coming in this early, I don't think it's something that I would like to see right now. We do know that there's still a lot of counters into that Kufra, but Kufra with that magic ball is going to prevent a lot of things happening. So do you see Pagyang locking in this Beatrix and Foxer actually locking in this Esmeralda? And Esmeralda's actually a really good counter against that Joy, a little bit more sustainability compared to other EXP laners, but 0.7 KDA. That's a very interesting name, but we're going to see if he's going to actually go with that 0.7 KDA this match. He's going to go ahead and lock in that Lunox now. This mage player is coming from A77. Don't know who that is, as a name change is not familiar to me. I'm guessing he or she is a mage player, so going to go ahead and lock in that Lunox, but Diggy getting banned out early once again. And I don't know what's up with this Diggy meta pick or whatnot, but Diggy's getting banned out everywhere, even in NACT. So very interesting right now.
I think the Diggy pick honestly just disrupts a lot of the team fight. I don't think it's necessarily meta, because it's not like people are first picking Diggy, right? There's a lot of counters to the Diggy pick, but I feel like it just, you know, disrupts the draft, disrupts a lot of the late game team fight. Like, some teams just want, you know, fights happening, especially towards that mid to late game where it's just, you know, skirmishes, everything's going everywhere, big ultimates setting down, and, you know, Diggy with the cooldown build typically kind of just negates a lot of these like timings for these team fights. But honestly, both sides right now, the draft is looking pretty good. A lot of counters being pushed off from both teams, right? The Esmeralda is good against the Joy, but does get destroyed by that Lunox there. And, you know, picking up that Faramis early kind of says, hey, like, we are looking to go for a little bit more sustain, especially at that level 4. And Faramis having one of the strongest ultimates in the game right now, no wonder, you know, is picked up first by the side of Luminous here.
I'm actually going to disagree with you on a little bit, because there is a Faramis being drafted in. Yes, he is a very nice pick, but once he pops that Cult Alter, Joy is going to come in with electrifying beats. His ult isn't really going to sustain as much as you think he is going to, right? You need his ult to be able to fight with that whole team. But once his Cult Alter gets burnt off by Joy, and even the burst and the brilliance coming in from Lunox, I don't know if that's really a good answer. Maybe if he was flexed in that mage position, might be a different story, right? Because you will have that set roam in place, but the Order and Chaos and the electrifying beats coming in from both sides, I don't know if that's really a good answer to the Cult Alter, because as soon as, you know, kind of get body bags, and I'm not really liking that Faramis right now and his utility of his ult, if that makes sense. Maybe if Joy and Lunox wasn't there in the picture, more so like a 1v2 fight or 2v2 fights, maybe, right? You don't have that burst, but see, and here comes a Lolita, and it's going to be locked, so we're going to go see that Faramis in that mage position, but Claude against a Faramis, YUWEI.
It's another big counter to that. Again, like a lot of the things that you were saying, I do agree. You know, a lot of AoE damage coming in, the Lunox, the Ruby DD, and also now the Claude. Faramis is going to kind of have a troubled time, especially even going for that mage position. But The draft is looking like they're finalizing a lot of these picks, and they opt to go for this tank jungler. Kind of just tells me right off the bat that Akai is going to be there for majority of the objectives, looking for a 50-50 retreat and possibly a big clash. Now, what was the response coming in from Foreign Famous right
Reporting
here?
for duty.
We do see export getting locked in, and that is going to complete drafts for both sides. And honestly, I
Export.
feel like this is going to be a very interesting match. Hey, I've seen export jungle
yeah.
multiple times already. I don't know what these picks, sometimes very unique picks that we've been seeing, and honestly, you guys have also seen it in NACT, MPL. These weird picks, they just make it work. But the thing is, you need the right team comp.
Yeah, but like in terms of that export, right? We've seen it from the A77 side quite a bit, and maybe that's just kind of one of the picks that they like to go for, especially going against a lot of the tankier jungles, right? Export does well against that Esmeralda, does well against the Akai, so I do think he's going to be able to pop off relatively early. But you know, just looking at both sides draft, honestly, they both have these winning conditions for them. They should be able to, you know, get close relatively to that late game. But the match is starting. Eunice, is there a side of vote that you want to be casting here?
Not sure right now. Looks like
MS
there's a little
issue.
bit of a ping issue right now, and we're gonna. Oh, that is. Okay, we're gonna have to pause really quickly. Don't know what's going on with the ping right
128.
now, but
Might have to relobby real quick.
might have to as well. So
All right.
we're gonna go ahead and re-lobby this. So
How do I
give
relobby
us
this?
1 second. You just have to restart the entire game. Give me 1 second.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this once again. You said it was 128, right? Oh no, it just jumped straight back in.
No, they have to like surrender and redo everything.
Oh, they have to surrender and redo everything. Okay.
Yeah. So, give me 1 second.
We can't even type in game.
We cannot.
Server correct? 128, right?
Yes, this is 128. This is a central host lobby. So, hold on.
Eunice, I invited you.
All right, give me 1 second.
Do you have mod for this one?
All right, let me jump real quick. Give me 1 second.
Go ahead. Central Asia, bro. Alright guys, we're gonna try to jump into the match real quick. Might take a little bit of time, but
Victory!
it said 128 though. No?
YUWEI, change it to 124. Try that.
Go ahead.
Same draft. We already told them to go through it, so.
Oh yeah, Central is 124.
So no, there's two
Oh
codes.
really?
Yeah.
Oh okay. I didn't
So it's
know.
124, 128, but into 124. I have two codes for Central, so we're gonna.
Hopefully they draft really fast.
Oh yeah, we're gonna draft through. 124, 28, 76. Deku got it.
Team is banning.
3,000 worlds.
Yes, sir, Deku.
And not a
Your
single
team
worthy
is
foe.
banning.
128 looks like it's China host.
For real.
I am the moonlight that breaks through
Your
the
team
darkness.
is
banning.
Yeah, they're running through draft right now.
Hopefully.
I'm gonna
Hopefully.
tell them to just.
The fire of battle
Your
never
team is
extinguishes.
Do you want to make friends with Nana?
Your team is banning.
You should be ashamed for not trusting
Your
yourself.
team is picking.
Now Kai enters the scene.
Your team is picking.
I shall succumb to my power.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Your team is picking.
I will protect you.
Here comes the brightest flare.
Fast draft, here we go.
We love that.
For duty.
Your team is banning.
Just don't ban out anyone good.
Hanabi, Sanjo.
Your team is banning.
Muscle of iron.
Your team is banning.
Make them play with 200 MS. Winner faces Echo PH for world title.
There's no time to chit-chat.
Rookie, amazing.
Come on, Dexter. It's our show
Your
time.
team is picking.
I know every secret.
Nice.
Your team is picking.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Looking good, looking good. I am looking at the chat, guys, so feel free to say some stuff. But yeah, honestly, in terms of both sides' of this draft here, right? I do feel like the side of Luminous, which is the one with the Kai, they are going to have this early advantage lead. If you kind of look on the opposite side, Foreign Famous, they have a Lunox, they have a Claude, they have an Xborg. And these three heroes, you know, typically takes items to scale well. Xborg needs a couple defensive items, maybe go for that Bloodless Axe or even War Axe. And but from the other side, you have that Fair Miss, which doesn't really even need to be scaled really well. Akai doesn't really need too much items to scale well. So does Beatrix. Kind of just looking for that BOD going on right here. So I do want to say I will give the advantage, especially for this first turtle on the side of Luminous here.
Absolutely, but with this draft coming in, right, we have to be careful of that late game spike, right? If this game were to get dragged out, you want this to end as fast as you can. Fairness can only hold on for so long. Do you see a Tyrant's Revenge kind of winding up, and there's the pull coming in from Fairness, Flicker being popped by A77. It's going to be KDA, kind of drop dangerously low there on that Lunox, but looks like nothing too much going on right now.
Yeah, it does look like that Lunox losing that Flicker early is not going to have that available for that first turtle, but already the side of Foreign Famous kind of showing the dominance in the early game. Xborg grabbing up that little Wander.
Yeah, and gonna go ahead and secure that as well, but the blue buff is also going to be the hands, but Fairm is doing a little bit of chip damage on that Xborg carrier, being a little bit of a menace in that jungle there, so we're gonna see what happens with the rotations here, but you're being popped, the carry dropped dangerously low. You see Ubi doing a little bit of damage on this Xborg, and it's the first blood picked up by knocking front of the Fairness, but Heavy's been being popped in by Overly, hitting down two people, Flicker being popped in by this Claude. He's just gonna go ahead and secure a kill on Yogurt, and Fox are looking for, in response, gonna take down Captain, which is gonna be on that Joy.
Yeah, this is a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Luminous right here. And you know, just kind of like what I was saying earlier, they do have this early game advantage. They have that Fair Miss, which does a lot of AoE and a little bit of a displacement, and going up against something like an Xborg or even a Claude is just really not going to be doing so well. But a little bit of turtle dance coming in.
We do see a little bit of a DDR dance coming in from both sides. Carrier doing a good job zoning there, but we do see Faramis kind of zoning out the turtle, but looks like the turtle's gonna be uncontested. But Last Insanity getting popped in. Uberly actually takes up the turtle. Heavy's been coming out. Medusa Colt's also popped in by now. She's trying to make Joy coming in with those dashes, doing some dashes, but actually misses all of her dashes, not able to trigger the electrifying beats, but that is a turtle into the hands of Uberly.
Yeah, Luminous side, they definitely have this early advantage in terms of for that turtle. A lot of the members, once again, just needs a lot of time to scale in, and it does look like they are going for a little bit of a pressure on the bot side. That kind of just tells me that they want to make sure Yogurt on this Claude is not easily able to scale well into this late game now. Xborg and Akai, right? These are both very, very tanky jungles. In terms of the clear speed, I do think Xborg should be going in favor, especially with a couple more items here.
Absolutely, and I do wonder if Xborg's going to go ahead and build this tank route, right? We do know that Xborg's known for that more of that lifesteal sustain build, right? We do know that the Bloodlust is going to be one of his main core items, but looks like he's going to go for some damage items here. Very interesting build coming in here by YUWEI. Let's talk about these items real quick.
Oh yeah, I do know what item Xborg is going to be going for, but might be a little bit small skirmish happening on bot side.
We do see a little bit of skirmish happening on the bot side here. Xborg doing a little bit of damage on Faramis. We do see nothing, not quite to happening right now, but Joy kind of doing some chip damage, but we don't see anything too much going on. It's only in the 4-minute stage, so YUWEI, what do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, honestly, I think this Xborg, you do see this magic shoes being built up. It kind of tells me there is going to be a lot of skills being used, and he's also, I think, opting to go for that Hunter Strike to get some extra mobility here. Now, second turtle coming up, we did see the advantage going towards side of Luminous on this first turtle, but does look like Foreign Famous has the bush pressure in right now.
We do see the pressure going in. Captain going into the backside, doing some little bit of damage. Full touch that has to be upon electrifying beats, actually canceling it now. Last Insanity being popped in. The Heavy Spin also heading down this Joy. Pull coming in. We do see Order and Chaos coming in from this Lunox, 0.7 KDA. And the snipe. She's going to go ahead and pick up that kill on Xborg, but Lunox is also going to go down into the caster test as well. Fox are going to go ahead and pick up that kill. And now the turtle and the aggro is going to be pulled towards Luminous.
Now, I really kind of like how both teams are playing this out. They are looking to fight for a lot of the objectives, especially on time. And honestly, even though they did grab, Luminous was able to grab up this turtle, Yogurt kind of was just staying out the bot side free farming. And, you know, in terms of the gold, he's definitely not going to lose too much against that Beatrix, who actually full rotated to the bot side. So, you know, the gold right now is 2k gold lead in favor of Luminous, but time is ticking for them right now. They don't have that late game advantage, especially against a Lunox and a Claude here.
Yeah, and we're looking at the 6-minute spike here right now, and that goal lead is not something that you want, right? 2k of a deficit might not look too much, or might not look, you know, too big of a gap, but especially in that early game stage, it's pretty huge for both teams.
Yeah, and just like we were saying, 6 minutes in, that's kind of where a lot of the first items are going to be finished up. You can kind of see that Genius Wand being picked up by Joy, and also the Hunter Strike being picked up by Xborg. You know, a lot of these items, you also see that Demon Hunter Sword being picked up for Claude, so he is looking to come online real quick now. So many people at this river right here.
A little dance here. Willie kind of getting caught out by this Xborg, and Joy just kind of putting a lot of pressure. Electrifying beats does get popped though, pulled in by Faramis. Looks like not too much of pressure by Captain. Dropped really low. Fox are going in for the chase, but is not going to be able to catch that Joy. She is pretty fast with those dashes, but I don't think anything's... They're not trying to fight too much here, right? But Willie looking for a little bit here. Tyrant's Rage landing, but not going to come in response. Faramis going to go ahead and pick up the kill. Luminant Blast locking, but not able to secure any. Order and Chaos popped in by this Lunox. Heavy Spin kind of trying to get out the backside, but Claude coming to Blaze and Duet.
Wow.
Let's do some damage here. Cold Altar being popped. save the rest of the members. And that was a little bit of a lord dance in that mid side, but Kufra's gonna get ticked off the board by Foreign Famous.
Yeah, Foreign Famous right now is kind of looking for, you know, some sort of trades going in. They don't really have this early game advantage. That's kind of why they're losing a lot of the steams in most of these team fights. And you can really see that Esmeralda does so much damage, especially going against that Joy. It's just free shields. Now she's going in.
And go ahead and pick up a kill on Captain on this Joy. Another pull coming in, but in the bot side, Beatrice went ahead and took Clock off the board for us. But Turtle is picked up by YUWEI. Luminous blast coming out, landing on Kufra. Pull coming in from this Fairness. YUWEI doing a little bit of damage. Actually going to land a kill, but Beatrice will go ahead and pick that up. Last Insanity being popped in by Export. Not able to secure a kill and translate that into a secured one. And that is a 1-0 trade for the side of Luminous.
A 1-0 trade. Added on top that the Beatrix was able to pick up that Claude on the boss side, and also Esmeralda got that pick off from Joy in the beginning. So the side of Luminous, kind of the draft is really in their favor. That Fairness first pick kind of working out, you know, just making sure that level 4 Cold Ultra is just doing super good now. Boss side.
We do see Ultimate popped in. Colt Ultra is able to kind of help. Heavy spin locking in. Gets a double kill from YUWEI. And now that was a very nice play coming in, especially from that Fairness.
KDA.
We do see getting zoned out in that mid side, but looks like they're not going to translate that into a kill.
Yeah, we do see 5k gold lead right now. 8 minutes, and the scoreboard is 12-2 as they get a pick off on this Kufra, and Foreign Famous on that back foot right now, and Luminous looking to siege that mid lane.
Yeah, this Kufra is being a little bit overextended, right? Every single time he was coming off from that death count, he has been put right back. So we have a seat for him over here, back here. But let's take a look at these items. YUWEI, break it down for me.
Yeah, the Kufra really has to slow down. He built up this dominance first item, and really weird, opting to go for even more physical resist. And from the enemy team, you have an Esmeralda, you have a Fairness, and I just feel like some of the builds that he has going for him is not going to be able to soak up as much damage as he's looking for now. Beatrix, 7k gold lead, has 2k above Claude, and that's literally a full item. He has the Malefic Roar and the BOD ready now. The first Lord Dance coming in. I do think this should belong to the side of Luminous here.
Yeah, but looks like the side of Foreign Famous is kind of getting a little bit of a zonage coming out in that Lord side here, but I don't think there's too much going on. It might just be uncontested, like you said, YUWEI.
Yeah, it might be uncontested. 6k gold lead might just be a little bit too much. They do have vision of this Kufra towards the top side, but no one really able to contest this Lord now. The trade that's happening at top side here.
You see Export going ahead and securing that tower over there, which is a objective, right? It is a good trade, but they are still losing in those major objectives, right? So we can't disregard what's going on right now. Captain kind of zoning out Keria on this Lolita, but we're gonna have to see how the side of Foreign Famous decides to defend the Lord coming down.
Now, here's the thing on Foreign Famous's draft, right? They have these late game insurance picks. The X-Borg, which does really well with a lot of the tankier members and also does provide some of that AoE, along with Lunox and Claude, should be able to kind of negate a lot of that sustain coming in from the Fairness. Now, they have to be able to use it, but topside.
Ooh, heavy spin locking in by YUWEI. Blazing Duet was popped and not able to save that Grace, but shutdown coming in from this Claw's gonna lock a kill on Akai, which is actually a good person to be in favor of, but looks like the Lord is going to be handled by Export, but that is still a 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah, not really that great of a Tyrant's Revenge right there. They do try to see if they can pick up a couple kills here.
Falling Star Moon landing from Fox and Newman Blast locking, but not able to stun anybody on the board. But looks like a little bit of tussle kind of put them in a lower stance over there, and they are going to be respectful and back off there.
Yeah, honestly, the 1-for-1 trades is going to be advantage towards Foreign Famous, and kind of a misplay happening up there at top side. The Akai died to that Claude going like 1 versus 4. So it kind of just tells you, hey, like, you know, even though they have this advantage going for them, there is still a couple of misplays that Foreign Famous can kind of just pick off. Now, a couple of the items that are being picked up right here, Esmeralda is able to go into 5 items right now. She's going to be extremely tanky, and Beatrix grabbing up that Wind of Nature should be able to negate some of the damage coming in from Claude.
And we were kind of worried, right, about this Faramis pick coming in, but looks like this Faramis pick is actually doing really well, going in for the complete Seed ER build. It's going to go ahead and do a lot of saving graces, as Wheezy and I love to call it, for the rest of the team. But did see he was supporting pretty well in all those team fights.
Yeah, he really got it figured out. Now she's pregnant, right? We did see some early game pressure. He was able to grab up some of these kills, especially towards that blue buff, and just kind of snowball his team ahead. He is on that 3-0 and 7, but we cannot forget about the Beatrix 5-0-5 on that bot side, just kind of nuking a lot of these towers. Those are going to be 2 of the targets to shut down coming in from the side of Foreign Famous.
Yeah, and with that KDA, that's not something that you want to see, right? But looks like they're going to try and punish. But if this punish doesn't come in quick on this Beatrix, it might be a little bit of an issue when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, right here is kind of the advantage for that X-Borg. He should be able to just zone away a lot of these bushes and kind of gather their team to try and defend this Lord, but doesn't even seem like they are willing to contest it, and the side of Luminous is just going to grab up this objective for free.
Absolutely uncontested. And let's talk about this macro management of these lanes, right? Even though that Lord was into the hands of Luminous, look at the Esmeralda kind of putting a lot of pressure, especially in that mid lane, making sure none of the lanes are getting pushed up.
Yeah, I do think the Esmeralda pushing onto that top side should be able to get that Lord coming in, but a lot of the teams honestly just opt to go for a 2-lane push, right? Just saving that mid wave, making sure no one touches it right there. Esmeralda looking to defend and just kind of putting all the resources to siege one of the sides. Now, one of the members are right here in the bush.
Use the Captain doing a little bit of trip damage in the backside, but just would pop up early cold altar, which is actually a nice bait coming in from Captain on this Joy, but now they're not going to have a utility, which is going to be the Cold Altar, so this dive that they were potentially setting up for might not be the answer. We do see Conceal Play coming in by this Kufra, not able to land on any of the back members as Ubli is able to block that from coming in.
Yeah, but the Flicker ult is going to be available from that Lolita, and looks like it's going to go in. Hits 2 targets here.
And then Blast landing the back too. Heavy spin locked in by Ubali. He's going to do some penny, but not enough. Look at the tight around. Kyria being able to burn that Flicker out to get out of that difficult situation. But this is... There's no trades that just happened, right? We did see the Faramis getting shut down, but he's right back up on the board. So is that really a 1-for-1 trade? Or is that really just a really quick fight, right? 317 locking in from this Faramis, but still, Beatrix is still walking around untouched.
Yeah, but look at the side of Foreign Famous. It kind of feels like the tide has turned a little bit, and, you know, the sun's coming out through the gloomy days. And honestly, right now, Foreign Famous has that team fight ability. They were able to do quite a bit of damage, but on the side of Luminous right now, they are looking to camp that mid side.
We do see the campage in this setup. Tyrant's Rage locking in on Fox on this Esmeralda, which is also getting locked in, is able to save Fox there. Last Insanity coming out. We do see Blazing Duet coming in from the backside. Yoga's going to get kicked off by Obali. This Chance Stampede pulling in this Kufra. Captain dropped very low. We do see the Chaos being burst in by Lunok. Shiesty dropped down too low. We're going to see Cooper getting popped off by Faramis. Fox lighting a kill on Shiesty. It's going to be this X-Borg dropping down Joy, and Lunok is dangerously low. And what just happened with that team fight?
Yeah, Luminous is just completely destroying the side of Foreign Famous. It kind of looks like even in terms of the draft, and they just don't really have an answer for this Beatrix. Even though the Joy has that Vengeance, is supposed to be going for that back line, the Joy just has no big impact right here. A 0, 3, and 3 score now. The side of Luminous does look to back off. I felt like they definitely could have tried and pressured that mid side, but they do choose to back off, and maybe they're going to go for another Lord here.
Yeah, they are they're playing one of those patient games, right? They could have the potential to end, put a lot of pressure, right? But we do see Joy gonna go ahead and proxy that bot side and push up that turret. Looks like the landing has been popped, but this lore might just be uncontested once again. No response coming in from Foreign Famous.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of tells you this early game bully draft that Lolita and Faramis just able to dominate a lot of that early game, and Foreign Famous, honestly, with this draft, they really never stood a chance. It might be, you know, the way that they're fighting, especially on that second turtle where they were honestly in the advantage, but just wasn't able to clean up some of these kills. Now, just an early game advantage snowballing ahead straight into this game right now. We're looking at a 16-minute, 17-4 game now. Are they going to be able to defend here, Eunice?
Looks like this Lord is going to go ahead and come down that mid side, but look at the sinkage of the sides here. Carrier doing a little bit of zonage for the side of Luminous, but we do see Captain just sitting in that bush. Might be a potential setup, but Carrier's going to go ahead and spot that out, and this Lord is pushing down.
Now, Captain really has to figure out how he can get to that Beatrix, because
Oh.
without that, they should not be able to do anything, but it does look like they're getting this bot side tower.
And the mid side is also down as well. We'll see a little bit of a dance coming on. Maybe a possible engage coming in from this Kufra, but looks like they're not going to do anything. But that was a good clear coming in from the side of Foreign Famous.
Yeah, Foreign Famous got a lot of clear, but Flicker ult coming in.
You see Cooper getting caught out here. You see the Cold getting Illuminant Blast landing only on export. Ordering Chaos coming by Fox lands a kill, and Cooper electrifying beats with the Blazing Duet combo in the backside shuts down Beatrix.
Ooh,
look at the backside.
defended.
Ubali trying to get to the backside. Gonna go ahead and secure a kill, and Ubali Immortality has been popped by Fox. They're gonna go ahead and get down the board as well. Joy getting a kill on Faramis. Fair's getting zoned out, and that is a triple kill coming in from Captain Ed on this Joy. Almost a full wipeout, but we do see Faramis right back on the board. Captain Ed is hunting for this Faramis.
Yeah, they did. They were able to pick up all 5 of the members, just only losing that Kufra. And I would even say that Kufra Flicker set wasn't the best possibility, but they were able to bait out that team fight. And Foreign Famous comes out on top, closing the gold lead from a 10K to 5K at this 18-19 minute mark here.
Right, but that death timer is not too long yet for Foreign Famous to go ahead and take advantage. They are going to go ahead, though, and take down these turrets here and just take as much economy as they can. Go ahead and deny some buffs over here. We're just going to deny Ubali's blue, but it looks like red is still up in the advantage. But the shutdown coming in from every single member from the side of Foreign is going to give them that gold. But let's look at these items real quick.
Yeah, honestly, there's not too much to talk about in terms of the items. Everyone is going to be full build except for the roams coming in from both sides, right? We do see a couple defensive items being picked up from the side of Luminous. You do see Faramis picking up that Athena's, and you know, not typically too many of these mage players do pick up some of the defensive items. You know, most likely they do pick up something like an immortality. Now 19 minutes in, this is going to be that third Lord coming in, and this Lord is probably going to determine if which side is going to be winning or not. Now Foreign Famous actually looks like they have that lead, especially in terms of that pressure in the river right here.
We do see the setup coming in from both sides, and looks like this is going to be a full waltz this time coming in from both sides. But look at Ubali kind of in the back side, spotted up this Kufra, but we're gonna have to make a play now or never, as this Lord is still going untouched. But Foxer is gonna get kind of zoned out by Shiesty on this export, and looks like he's gonna go for that hybrid build, right? That tank build that we were talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow Lord dance right here, but Captain kind of getting chunked down by the Esmeralda, and that just kind of shows you that in terms of that EXP matchup, it is going to be advantage, especially for Foxer here. Now, we do see this export, right? I've been talking about this the whole entire game. This late game coming in from export kind of just shreds majority of the tanks, and especially with the Claude's AoE and also Lunox, they kind of just chunk down any of the targets that Luminous kind of sends to them, and this is kind of the power spike that they are going to be losing here. They had the advantage at mid game. They weren't able to see if they can close it out. Now, it's going to be hard coming in from both sides on this Lord.
Absolutely. We were seeing a little bit of Lord dance, but looks like they're not trying to look for anything, as both teams are just going in and out of this dance here. Kufra jumping in with the Terrence range, not able to land with just a Falling Star locking in. Carrier getting dangerously low. Cold Altar being popped early. Foxer might just get picked off here. And looks like it's going to be up in the caster's death.
This
Going
is
for the kill. Blazing Duo coming in from the backside, doing a lot of damage to the backside, but Carrier's immortality has been popped. You see Flicker getting burnt in by Carrier. Flicker being hurted by Lunox. Heavy Spin being locked in on this Lunox. Shadow Stampede pulling in Next, Lewis suppression coming in. Gonna pick up a kill. But Ubel is gonna be taken off the board by Shiesty and this expert. Captain doing a little bit of chip damage on that backside to Faramis, but not gonna respond to a kill. But that is a jungler side down, and Shiesty's gonna go ahead and proxy this Lord.
Yeah, although they did able to pick up that jungler, the side of Luminous was able to pick off the marksman, right? But now it looks like they are gonna fight again.
Tyrant's Rage coming, landing on 3 members. But last is standing, doing a ton of damage on this Beatrice Colt's ultra being popped in by this Faramis. Tyrant's Revenge coming in, locking in on this Faramis, but Shadow Stampede pulling him dangerously low. And we do see Joy locking a kill on this Beatrix. Shiesty being dropped dangerously low, but still has advantage over this Lord.
Retreat?
Faramis coming in with the Shadow Stampede is actually going to retreat that. And looks like that is a Lolita put off the board, but Faramis, Immortality has been popped. They're really going to get out. Looking for a little bit of blood, but he's going to go ahead and get chopped dangerously. But that is a Lord into the side of Foreign Famous.
Yeah, Foreign Famous 22 minutes and finally is able to pick up the advantage in their gold. And all it kind of took was the export just kind of sustaining the whole entire time along with the Lunox. You know, both sides were able to get a couple kills, but having that export, especially towards that late game, is just so hard to deal with. Now they're looking to march down this mid side.
Easy setup here. Yogurt coming with the Blazing Duet. Ubli coming with the heavy spin box. Gonna pop the Immortality, but Colt's ult immediately gets cancelled. Do you see Captain in that backside? Unstoppable coming in from this Joy. And Yogurt taking off this Faramis off the board, but this Death Hammer, he is right back on the board. But do you think they can defend this?
Yeah, but without Foxer here, right? There's only gonna be 4-man defending right here, and Captain kind of just zoning out that Faramis, making sure that he's unable to do too much. But a lot of the members are so low.
Oh no! We do see the Luminous Blast getting cancelled out. It looks like there's no set potential, but Yogurt blocking up the turret, and that is going to be a win secured for the side of Foreign Famous.
Oh, congratulations to Foreign Famous moving up to that second round, right? Luminous honestly had a great game going for them. They were able to kind of just dominate throughout the whole entire set, but they just did not, they were not able to close out this game. And congratulations to Foreign Famous here.
Absolutely. Congratulations to your first win. You are going to advance, but nice try coming in from both teams. Luminous, you did put up a good fight.
Yeah, they did. Now, give us a second. We are going to go into probably like a 1-minute break as we try to grab up the next teams coming in. It is going to be TAD versus, which is the Asian Disappointment. Dude, did I even spell this right? Is there 1 S or 2 S? DAB. TAD. Go ahead, and also unexpected. I can kick everyone. Apply. Good. Who are these guys? Tamaya. Jump. Down. Or kick. Let's see. It's actually going to be Gosu 0 against Snooze. Can we mod Ricky just for being funny?
Oh yeah, this is Chow Pao and Ooga Booga.
Oh,
On PAD. That's Ooga Booga.
yeah, the Tinky Winky.
Yeah.
Can they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us.
All right, perfect.
All right, they don't answer. So this new update makes it crash. Please pause when we say P. No. Heads or tail? Ooga Booga play when? Heads? Alright. You lost. Unexpected. Choose FP or second. Ready up, please. First pick. Team 2. Ready. You changed your name? Oh yeah, Ooga Booga is Tinky Winky. You always say Tinky Winky 5 times fast? What? Alright guys, we are going into the next match. TAD versus Unexpected. A lot of familiar faces. Eunice, are you ready?
I am.
Awesome. So I'll give a little bit of introduction onto that left side, which is the side of Unexpected. I do know a lot of people coming in from the east, from the side of TAD. Now, from the west side, we have Snooze. I actually did get to meet this guy in the offline tournament at Long Beach, and you know what a great, nice guy right there. Rico, also one of the better junglers, especially onto that west side. Now, this is going to be a pretty interesting match because on the other side, there's a lot of NACT players there.
Absolutely. But if you look at this, right, this is a team from the Wild Wild West versus the team from the Wild Wild East. So this is going to be a West versus East game right here. And I'm excited to see which side is going to dominate. But we do see the fanny pick coming up very, very early. That ban. This is a respect ban coming in from Gozu Zero. It's going to be known as Shiro in this game. But we're going to see that Frederick getting taken off the board.
Yeah, a lot of the players coming in from the east side kind of dominate a lot of the tournament scenes in North America. You know, I would kind of make a good argument in terms of that East versus West. The East just kind of has a lot more synergy and a lot of these good players, and they do show up quite a bit, especially in that NACT. I believe out of the top 8 teams, there's only 2 teams that are either from the West or have players from the West side. Now, you know, with the bans coming out right now, there is the target respected towards Shiroki. What's up? Did you say something? No, you didn't say something. Sorry. But I know you're good. But honestly, what I wanted to say was that Zero, which is from the Gosu side of things, he does have a lot of these assassins in his hero pool, and considered one of the best fanny players to ever play, especially in the North America. They just kind of have like a really deep jungle pool here.
Absolutely. Now, this is a little bit of an interesting game, like you said. This is like a mix of everywhere right now, right? We do see a lot of West squads coming in together, but the same thing goes for the disappointments, right? Over there, the east side, we have some from Wages, we have some from Gosu as well, some from Bloodhounds, actually. So we're definitely seeing a mix of everything right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of different squads coming in from both teams, actually, you know, and usually we don't really see this, especially in NACT, but in some of these tournaments right here, we are able to kind of see a lot of different players from different squads. Now, the ban is looking to finalize. They do end up banning this Joy and this Wanwan. These are two mobility heroes that are just extremely annoying to deal with.
And speaking about annoying, we're going to go ahead and see that Fairness getting taken off the board as well. We do not want to give that saving grace coming in from that Cold's Altar. So that is a good read coming in from the side of Asian Disappointments.
Yeah, but there is still a lot on the board. The Martis is going to be available. You also see the R-Lot being open for the first time. Again, this is kind of, this is the second game of the series, but R-Lot being opened right here along with the Martis, it kind of makes me wonder, what are they going to prioritize? Maybe even the glue, since that Fairness has already been banned out.
Absolutely. Now there's a lot of picks walking right. That is a first pick coming in from the blue side, and I don't know what they're trying to prioritize because there's still a lot of walking. There's Kaja still open unless that gets banned out, right? But there, I called it. That is the Kaja getting locked up, but Twinkie Winky, which is also known as Power, is going to lock in the Minsithar now. All right. So anyone who has been watching actually Zero stream, Power has rammed this Minsithar into that damage actually. And the amount of harassment this Minsithar does is actually insane. Knowing that he is a counter for almost every single marksman. And his only big counter right now is Diggy in that Faramis. But Vincent's going to lock in this Kaja, which already takes off that Roam counter off the board. But we're going to see Chappao locking in this Kadita. But he's actually known for his Chang'e. So we're going to see a different mage coming in, and that's going to go ahead and be that Kadita.
It might be kind of a counter looking for that Kaja, because when that Kaja is trying to suppress Kadita right there, Kadita can kind of just use his first skill to kind of just zone out. But I do think he will be caught if the Divine Judgment is going to be placed on the Kadita. Now, a little bit of a troll pick being flexed right there, but the Benedetta does get locked in here now with the Benedetta and Karina on the board. That is one magic, one physical damage, kind of just making sure that they have a balanced team comp from the side of expectations.
Absolutely. Now that is going to be a Karina locking in by Rico. And Rico is one of those good junglers coming in from the west side. But Prime also is a very good EXP lane. It's going to go ahead and flex that Benedetta as well. But we do see there is one more pick that is going to be finalized right now for the side of the Asian Disappointments. And I do wonder what they're planning on slotting in here. There's a jungle already up. And Zero is going to be Shiro in this time. But wonder what they're going to prioritize right now. It's going to be that Leslie.
Interesting.
Which actually is, I feel like, all right, here's the thing. Leslie is going to do a lot of damage towards that late game, right?
Yep.
But she needs time to scale.
Yep.
She isn't one of those marksmen that you can just go ahead and start that Trinity build and you scale pretty fast into that 10-minute mark. But Leslie is one of the ones you need those complete 4 core items. But she's going to hurt actually against Rico, as true damage is not blocked in by Karina's first skill. So as long as Sleeps can handle that, a little bit of those team fights, right? But the thing is, Leslie kind of lacks that mobility. First skill, yes, might be a little bit of a speed increase, and go and have the second skill being able to kind of push out all the members. That gets up too close in her face. But when it comes to these team fights, Leslie's positioning is going to be very crucial, and Melissa is going to get banned out to go ahead and prevent any lane bullying for the side of the Asian Disappointments.
Yeah, but Leslie against Karina, I'm not really sure if that's a matchup that they are looking for. Maybe they're just looking to scale into that late game. Maybe they've just been watching Guapo on that Leslie doing so well in his lane. Now, you talked about that late game with the Leslie. What is going for the side of TAD is that they do have this Kadita, which can scale extremely early on, especially at that level 4. And it's also one of those picks that can be flexed into that roam position. So not really giving away anything so far. And with the new rework on Mincy, know Minsithar is one of those banned heroes in NACT, and I know you actually played a lot with Powerless on that Mincy. Now, what do you expect, especially the Minsithar against this Benedetta matchup here?
So here's the thing, right? As soon the early game matchup might be a little bit hard for the side of which is gonna be Power, actually, right? Benedetta has that movement, the agility to go ahead and put a lot of pressure, right? But once he gets his ult, the King's Calling coming in, it's going to actually block out all the skill shots for Benedetta to even if she were to ult, she's not going to be able to basic hit anything. So when it comes to these team fights, if Power is there with the Minsithar, the roles might be, the script might be a little bit flipped, right? We do see it. I feel like it all just depends on the team comp and the 5v5s that are going to happen towards that mid game, and we gotta see what the rest of the draft. And I really wonder what Zero's thinking right now, right? We do see Akai getting banned out, Arla as well. We've seen Zero play Arla actually in a lot of his streams, but Avery is going to go ahead and lock in this Esmeralda.
Whoa.
And
jungle?
This might be a Esmeralda jungle, which will put Zero in the EXP lane, maybe?
Or he might be going for the rum. Oh, never mind.
He's going to go for the jungle. So Esmeralda is going to be in that EXP lane, and I am guessing Minsithar is going to go ahead and be in that roam position this time. So it's not going to be an EXP. So this is going to be a Benedetta versus an Esmeralda matchup. So maybe not the hype that we were looking for, the Benedetta versus the Minsithar, but this is still a pretty decent lineup, especially in the early game.
Well, here's the thing, right? I've seen Zero on this Kadita. It's actually considered one of his bread and butter. I'm not really sure if Zero is going to be slotted into that roam position, but he might just pick up a mage. Now, with the drafts being finalized for the side of Unexpected, they do end up picking up this carry pick, which does extremely well against the Esmeralda and also has a good enough mobility. And they have these two Purifies on the board, especially to deal with this Kadita pick coming in. Farsa traditionally not so good against the Kadita, but does really, really well, especially with that Purify, kind of a saving grace, especially whenever Kadita has her ultimate available.
Oh, you gotta think about that Minsithar though, right? The King's Calling is gonna block out all of Snooze. Snooze's skills with the speed light was not gonna do much when if she gets caught out. That might be a big issue, but
what is this?
Going to be a Dairoth in that jungle position.
Mincy roam?
Yes, this is going to be a Minsithar, but this is not something that I traditionally see coming in from Zero, right? Dairoth. We thought that he was going to go more towards, and no, this is actually going to be Zero on that EXP lane, and Avery is going to go ahead and pick up that jungle. So a little bit of a flipped script here. We all expected Zero to go ahead and put in that jungle position, but looks like we're going to see Zero in the EXP lane. But guys, we're going to go ahead and enter into the match. This is going to be TAD, which is the Asian Disappointments, versus Unexpected, which is the East versus the West. And I am really excited to see who is going to take this win. Is it going to be the West side or is it going to be the East side? Because I'm rooting for the East side, because personally, I come from the East side.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely game. Now, East and West, we honestly love that. Honestly, a lot of the East teams have been dominating a lot of the tournament scenes, but you know, I gotta support the West side here because they are where I am from. Now, coming into this match, we have this Kaja, we have this Farsa at this mid lane, and it's gonna be versus that Minsithar and Kadita. Both sides honestly having extremely fast clears going on, but a little bit of a 2 versus 1 action here.
And we are gonna go ahead and see the lane proxy where actually Power and Zero is going to go ahead and try to already punish that EXP, and I'm guessing they were trying to look for a lane share, but that was already a lot of damage coming in, and Zero playing pretty aggressive into that Benedetta.
Yeah, honestly, that first skill into the tower, along with the Petri, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, but Prime R does not punish back with the Petrify. Now, a little bit of fight coming in for the Little Wonder.
We do see a little bit of chip damage coming in, but Vincent kind of dropped a little bit low from all the damage coming in from Chipao and Power.
Yeah, but Rico is able to pick up that little wander, giving a small advantage now. He's choosing to opt to go for this camp upside here, just to kind of make sure that Avery is not able to pick up at mid side.
Ooh, we do see Raw getting a first blood and putting Tinky Winky behind the caster's nest right now, but we do see Zero kind of put in a difficult situation. We do see Benedict doing a lot of damage. Coming in with the Ring of Order. Rico coming in with the Shadow. Salt's gonna go ahead and lock a kill on Zero.
Yeah, it was a beautiful dive. Prime R was able to soak up a little bit of that tower damage as Rico kind of goes in for that last hit. He is still relatively healthy, so that kind of tells me that both sides are going to be looking to go into this little turtle dance early on and making sure that both teams have the opportunity to pick up. Now, level 4 is being picked up by both roamers down in, but Tinky Winky kind of has the advantage right now.
But we do see Rico still trying to get that zonage on this turtle. Vincent pulling up a little bit late. Feather Airstrike coming down, gonna lock a kill on Zero once again. EXP lane are down for the side of these disappointments. We do see Rough Waves coming out. Avery's gonna go to the turtle. Find a blow coming in from Benedetta. Avery's gonna secure a kill on Rico, and that is a 1-to-1 trade right now, but technically a 2-to-1 if we count that one kill on that bot side.
Yeah, but there is a turtle that was picked up by the side of TAD right there. You know, honestly, this game is going relatively even. There is a little bit more pressure coming in from the side of Unexpected. They kind of just have this early game advantage, especially with the Farsa already 2 kills and 1 assist, along with Prime RR on that 0-0-3. Now, we're 3 minutes in right here. The gold lead is still relatively even. This is honestly anyone's game here, Eunice.
We're looking at Zero in the EXP lane. 0-2, not looking too hot for the EXP laner there. And running that high and dry emblem, right?
Risky.
I would like to see more of a fighter emblem. Maybe Festival of Blood for a little bit more to sustain. But we do see Divine Judgment coming out. Feather Airshot locking in, and it's going to help secure the kill from Rico. King Calling coming out, being able to do a lot of damage on Rico and Vincent. Flicker being popped in by Sleeps. Vincent still looking for a little bit more. Going to lower down Sleeps a little bit more, but that is a 1-0 trade coming in from the side of Unexpected.
It's a 1-0 trade, but it's still nothing that they can't deal with. Snooze on that top lane does get grabbed up by Tinky Winky, but Tinky Winky was the one to fall. Now, we do see this Kadita right here.
Yeah, he's kind of looking for a little bit of blood. Smells it. Rico might just check the wrong bush, but Chappelle gonna go ahead, Rough Waves, and go ahead and secure the kill. Oh no, Vincent popping out and is able to get out. Feather Airstrike doing a little bit of damage towards that backside, but that is not what we wanted to see. But Prime just came from the EXP lane. Final blow locking in and not able to secure a kill on Sleeps, and that is a huge rotation coming in from the side of Unexpected.
Yeah, there's a lot of these small skirmishes happening right here. I feel like a lot of the timings for these fights aren't really necessarily the best going on right now, because there is this objective up right now, and both junglers kind of looking to go back to their buff now. Top side right here, the gold advantage is still relatively close, and the scoreboard is 6-1. That kind of just tells me the macro on the side of Unexpected just isn't doing so well, because they do have a 5-kill gold lead, but the gold lead is just close to nothing here.
We do see Zero putting Vincent very low on this Kaja, but Prime doing a little bit of dance with this Benedetta, trying to zone out the rest of the members in the backside. You see Zero once again in the backside on Rico, and Rico's a little bit too far away from the turtle. Might be an uncontested turtle, but Vincent looking. He's calling, coming out. We do see Tinky Winky actually picking up the turtle. Zero gets a kill on Raw. Avery gets a kill on Vincent on this Kaja. Final blow being popped in by Benedetta, doing a lot of damage, and gonna be a double kill coming in from Zero. And we were just pointing out that his KDA wasn't looking too great, but we do know that the high and dry is doing its work right now on that turtle.
Yeah, it was a 3-4-0 trade right there, and along with that turtle, that's just kind of the extra bonus. But they're looking to grab up this bot side tower, and once they're able to grab up this tower, they might be able to get another kill. But
oh no,
Avery,
you see Divine Judgment actually picks up that kill on Avery and wasn't able to get the turret, but Tinky Winky being able to force out the flicker. Prime going into that back line is going to go ahead and secure a kill. Feather Airstrike coming in is going to help assist that kill. It's going to be 2 members off the board, but Snooze taking off this Kadita, but Oh my goodness, lots of bodies being dropped. Sleep's going to go ahead and respond with taking Snooze off the board, which is a top turret trade right now.
Yeah, that was a 1-for-3 trade, but on the side of Unexpected, they're able to grab up this mid tower, this blue buff, along with the bot tower. Now, you know, I don't really know what is going to be better, this mid tower or the marksman being fed. Leslie kind of up in gold right now, already 900 gold above this carry, and carry is one of those heroes that needs a lot of items to scale really well, and so does Leslie. So in terms of the advantage, especially on the gold of the marksmen, it does seem like the side of TAD has a small lead, but Kaja here
Do see a little bit of a camp it, but Sleeps doesn't go ahead and use the ultimate sniper and get a little bit of conceal play coming in. Divine Judgment, but King's calling is the land for their airstrike locking on the backside, dropping Avery dangerously low. Final blow coming in from this Benedetta, but actually up out. Zero coming in with those rotations, gonna go ahead and do a little bit of damage and take the Benedetta off the board. Raw is gonna get caught out by Zero once again. Snooze getting dove in by Avery.
Oh my!
You're gonna see Tiki Wiki doing a ton of damage. Maniac coming in from Zero. Would this be established? Locking in by Zero. Rico getting dropped dangerously low. Looks like they're going to go ahead and help Zero go ahead and get this savage. Rico is running for his dear life. Sweeps going ahead and doing some damage. Is that going to be a damage? Rico is still running. And that is a kill for Sleeps. But that is a full wipe for the side of Unexpected. Not something that we expected to see, right?
Yeah, Zero was able to grab up that Maniac, and we were kind of just telling him that he was 0-2 in the beginning, but able to pick up 6 kills back to back, kind of just like that. Kind of shows you this high-end dry on this Dairoth is really proving to be a lot of work going against the side of Unexpected. Now, the side of TAD has the advantage, but Divine Judgment
coming in on Chappao. It's actually gonna get out with the rough weights by their airstrike.
Tinky Winky.
Tinky Winky being able to hook King's Calling, being pulled out. Jeffrey Raw dangerously low, but Benedetta online right now, making sure none of the members get picked off there. But Tinky Winky dropped dangerously low, and Prime is still looking for more here, but they're gonna go ahead and back off, and nobody is taking off the board so far.
Yeah, Tinky Winky, I was kind of looking at his build. I was wondering if he would have opted to go for a damage route, but a lot of discipline on Powerless right there. He did opt to go for a dominance build, and going dominance first against something like a Karina and Kaj is awfully risky because you could really get bursted out really quickly. Now, the Lord dropping in really low right here.
You see the setup coming in from the rough wave. We're going to go ahead and drop it on dangerously low. The Lord is going to be picked up by Avery on this Esmeralda, but look at how many members from the side of Unexpected just got dropped dangerously low.
Yeah, right here from the side of TAD, they kind of have a lot of these bullying type of heroes. They're just able to grab at these objectives without trading too much health, but the MVP of that Lord does go to Chappao on this Kadito. Is able to petri 2 targets along with the jungler, and just making sure that the jungler is either going to be low or is going to be unable to retry. Now, 3-man marching down at mid side.
Oh my goodness, thinking we can catching Rico for their airstrike coming out. Rough Waves also been able to do a little bit of damage, but look at the King's Calling. Is able to nullify a lot and dropping down Rico dangerously low, but that's
Zero.
a lot of utility wasted. But look at Zero's position, gonna catch out Vincent. Kaja actually misses. Also, Sniper is gonna go ahead and snipe out Vincent. Zero's gonna go ahead and take a kill on Raw.
Wow.
And that is 2 members down, and we do see the high and dry doing its God's work right now with the Lord coming down the top side.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, the scoreboard is 12-10 with the Lord marching down at the top side. Prime are getting caught out at that mid side, while Rico and Snooze is able to clear out and defend this Lord. Now, the best thing that they could do is making sure that none of the inner towers from the side of Unexpected does get picked off, and I think they are just going to be doing just that. Now, Tinky Winky on this Minsithar, right? It's kind of like a Franco. If he gets a hook or two, especially onto some of the important targets like Raul on this Farce or even Snooze on this carry, I feel like it's over. But bot side,
Falling Starman landing on Vincent, looking for a little flicker. Hook coming in on Snooze. We do see the King's Calling being called a rough wave. And that backside double kill coming in from Zero on this Kaja. Rico getting killed on Avery. Final blow coming in. Is able to take down Tinky Winky on this Minsithar. Sleeps putting down dangerously low, but is able to get out with Zero caught out. And that is a shutdown coming in from Rico. But look at that damage. coming in from Zero. And oh my goodness, that was a very huge skirmish, but it is a 2-for-3 trade.
Okay, I want to talk about the items right here. We're at this past 8-minute mark, and I did see this in MPL. A lot of the members from the side of Unexpected did opt to go for a roam, right? You can see Carry and also the Farsa picking up this roam item, and past the 8 minutes, sometimes you won't be able to get the stacks, but buying that roam, especially on your boots, kind of just gives you a small damage boost. I'm not really sure if it 100% works out, but if these players are doing it, I don't know what casters can say, because they are the professional players. They are the ones that has been grinding and playing and spending hours trying to perfect their craft. But Kadita.
Look at Kadita is waiting for somebody right now. We do see Vincent might just check the wrong bush. King's Calling coming up at Tinky Winky. We do see the rough whiz getting triggered in. Is able to not secure a kill, but looks like the ultimate sniper. But Snooze is gonna go ahead. No, but actually is going to take Vincent off the board, and he just checked the wrong bush there.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think that a Minsithar Kadita combination worked out that well, but Minsithar is just kind of able to put that target locked in, and with the Kadita just able to following up with the rough waves, you know, he should be able to just guarantee a kill off the bat. So Tinky Winky kind of teaching us roamers right now. There is some new heroes available to be played with, and he's just kind of showing off right now at this point.
And the Lord is going to be picked up by Avery on this Esmeralda. It's going to come much down that bot side, and want to see what's going to happen, right? We do have their backdrop against the wall for the side of Unexpected, and they are looking for a setup. Look at that. Zero's going to go ahead and split push that top site. Ultimate Sniper giving a little bit of vision. And that's what I like about this Leslie, right? You don't really have to, nobody has to face check a bush. As long as the Ultimate Sniper is pop, but conceal play and flicker hook. Calling coming in. Do you see Vincent getting caught out? Chappelle going to go ahead and lock in that rough waves feather airstrike, doing a little bit of damage on that bot side, but not enough. We do see speed of light wheels triggered by Snooze.
Tinky Winky.
Another hook, final blow coming in from Benedetta. Petri play coming in, but hold on. Rico getting a kill on Avery, dropping them down dangerously. Little Tinky Wink is going to get taken off by Prime, and that was a very well ultimate coming in from Prime, getting to that back line and petring everybody, which kind of put them at a disadvantage there.
Yeah, Tinky Winky flickered forward at this bot side tower, was able to pick up 2 of the members, but both of the Snooze was able to pop that Purify, and Rico kind of just made his way Watts out, and Tinky Winky kind of was just grabbing another target up onto that mid side next to the towers, but the side of TAD kind of just was not expecting that Petri and that damage coming in from the Benedetta, and it kind of says that, hey, both teams do have the tools to be able to just win these team fights, although TAD kind of has the advantage. We cannot forget about the Divine Judgment and also the final blow coming in from the side of Unexpected here.
Let's look at Sleep's KDA 505. Now they're double buffing Sleeps. We're just gonna give him that little bit of the advantage with the buff passes, right? Avery is gonna go ahead and give up his buffs for Sleeps as he is sitting at 505. But we might see a little bit of Divine Judgment coming in for their airstrike. Shut down on Sleeps after they just gave up their buffs, and we were just talking about Sleeps, and I guess we can't talk about it anymore. We're gonna get caught out, but Chapow.
Oh my.
Rough wave, dropping roll so low. Petri coming out, and that is a pickoff, but they're not looking to give this up. Vincent kind of zoning out this Kadita. Is going to go ahead into the hands of Snooze. It's going to put Kadita off the board. A little bit of an overextension coming in from the Asian Disappointments.
Yeah, but one of the newer items being picked up here by the Leslie, right? It's kind of that anti-heal item. I forgot what the name it was of that purple. The Sea of Halbert, you know.
Recent buff.
Yeah, it's a recent buff right here. Kind of want to talk about it because I believe it's like the more HP your target has, you get like an 80% or like a 30% damage increase or something.
Correct.
Yeah, so this item actually is being picked up by Leslie, and I think it's pretty smart here. Leslie, one of those heroes that rely based off of a lot of crit, but he doesn't have that endless battle yet, so I'm not really sure how it's going to scale well, but top side.
There's the Zero getting a kill on Prime. Feather airstrike
Punish?
is going to... No! Oh no, Petri coming in! Zero double kill coming in, but hold on, Vincent. Ooh, it's barely missing, but one basic attack is going to go ahead and chase down Zero, Tinky Winky taking up this Lord actually. Rico getting zoned out by Avery in the backside, by the hook coming in for Tinky Winky on this Minsithar. It's gonna go ahead and put Rico in a very uncomfortable situation. Patrick coming out, shutdown coming from Avery. But look at Zero, he was able to get out of that, and Vincent, you know, he walked his little walk, but not able to get anything over there.
Yeah, 3-4-0 trade, 16 minutes in. The gold lead is going to be 5k towards the side of TAD now. With a gold lead like this and two of the members off right here, I don't think they're going to be able to defend. Sleeps comes in.
Final blow coming up, but the air strikes and go ahead and kill Sleeps off the board. And we do see these turrets just falling and dropping, but Prime still looking to kill, but he's going to go ahead and get back as he knows that this Lord is coming down on that bot side.
Yeah, but they should be able to defend from the side of Unexpected. Here, Sleeps being that priority target. When the marksman kind of dies in the late game, a lot of these towers are going to be hard to push. Now, from the side of Unexpected, they were able to just get that to make sure that no further damage is going to come into their base. Now, the scoreboard is 22-19. Gold lead is getting closer and closer, and as we move into this super late game, this third Luminous Lord right here, the gold lead doesn't really matter anymore.
Right, it's all depending on those team fights, and that whoever really gets that Lord, right, is gonna really be the one that determines. And all the towers right now for the side of Unexpected is not looking too great. We do see King's Calling, but not landing and not finding an answer on this Benedetta.
Yeah, there's still 80 seconds on this Lord. Now, we were able to see Zero picking up 2 kills on that top side earlier when the side of TAD was trying to grab up this Lord. I believe Zero is going to be a priority target here. He's looking to kind of single out anyone possible and just kind of burst them down. Now, I do think he has the ability to kill anyone. Prime RR, no problem. The Farsa coming down, no problem. Rico, smelling like Zero is going to be down at the bot side here.
Looking for a possible camp, but not going to find nor check that bush, but it's going to force Zero to recall, but he's going to go ahead and sit in that bush and wait, and Petrify coming in. Ultimate missing. Final blow coming in. Suppression coming in from Vincent. Going to take Zero off the board. And that is not something you want to see, as he was the main backline damage dealer coming in for the Asian Disappointments.
Yeah, that is a huge target. Zero was able to kind of destroy a lot of the team fights coming in from Unexpected. He did pick up that Maniac relatively early and was able to get a double kill without a shutdown just before that last Lord. Now, a little bit on the back foot from the side of TAD right here.
But look at Vincent. Tinky Winky spotting out this Kaja.
Avery and Chupa?
Set up on Avery and Chappao.
Oh,
look at the setup. Raw checking the wrong bush. So we get ahead and get taken off. Tinky Winky, King's Calling coming out. Snooze going ahead and use that Purify.
Rough Waves.
There's the Benedetta coming in. And Chappau's going to go ahead and use the Rough Waves to get out of that difficult situation. But that's a lot of utility burn. Do you see Tinky Winky on this Minsithar hooking Vincent once again? And that setup coming in was such a great pickoff on Raw on this Farsa.
Yeah, every single time Unexpected was trying to do, but top side.
Do see the Lord Dance coming in now. Vincent trying to zone out the Lord, but we do see Divine Judgment coming in on Tinky Winky. The Speedy Light was melting this Minsithar, and we're going to go ahead and see Zero taking down Vincent. And we see Benedetta in a difficult situation gets taken off by Avery. Ultimate Sniper locking and kill, takes off Immortality. King's Calling locking in. Suppression coming in again. Rico getting taken off the board by Sleeves, and Carrie is left to just defend, and she did pop this Speed Light with a roll. Back up on the board, but this might be the closing game right now with that Lord coming down the mid side.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're able to defend this real quick, but both of the members do fall down, and TAD able to secure the win. Congratulations here.
Congratulations to TAD. You guys do advance to the next, but the unexpected, not the expected game that we were seeing, but you guys played well, but congratulations.
Yeah, they had quite a good early game, and honestly, both teams had a lot of skirmishes happening, but late game, Tinky Winky was just able to grab up so many of the targets, and Zero, starting him from that 0-2, able to pop off, but the MVP does belong to Sleeps here. A 17-minute game, 28-21. Congratulations to the side of TAD. All right, guys, we're going to go into a small break once again. Be back in a little bit.
I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero skills. We revamp.
Missing one. Missing one.
Still missing one.
They want first pick.
Yeah.
Yep. First pick. Done. Guys, we are just waiting for the last members here, but we are going to have Coach Deku, Can You Breathe, on the cast desk right here for play-by-play, along with Eunice, two NACT powerhouses in the house. Make sure to say hi, reading your chat. If you guys have any questions, make sure to shout them out now. Can't really be talking to chat while we are in game. So how many games? There is 8. There's 8 matches today. We are on game 3. Forgotten Ones against Bedtime. Both East teams right here. And best of 1 series, guys. Best of 1. Ooh.
I'll just watch your stream. On this.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to invite them anyways. But
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll join again next game.
Are these people that are in the lobby, are they all like for sure? Because I'm not checking. Just letting you know.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
Got
they're
it.
good.
Hope I don't suck. It's been a while since my last play-by-play. Funny guy, Deku. Funny guy. Right there, they're on the screen. All right, guys. It's 76. Wait. Eunice? Double check right here. Or Deku?
That's correct.
Correct. All right, Mr. Deku, you ready? Can you talk real quick once again? It does seem like your mic is a little fucked.
Is it?
Oh, now it's much better. Alrighty.
Does sound like your mic is a little fucked. You got me.
This is this is great production. I know you guys love it. Here, I'll even put on my cam, dude. See? Welcome guys to the land of dawn. All right, Bedtime versus Forgotten Ones. Once again, we do have two powerhouses. Tam, ready the fuck up. There you go. All right. Bedtime versus the Forgotten Ones. Mr. Deku, play-by-play, and Eunice on that color casting. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great, doing amazing. Out here heading into match 3. I have been on a little bit of standby watching this. I was a spectator, but now we are up here on the desk. I'm co-casting with Eunice over here on the analyst. Eunice, how are you doing?
I've been doing great. It's been a long time since you and I actually have casted once again, as we are both busy with NACT going on, but great to have you back here. We're going to go ahead and see a Diggy getting banned out immediately off the board, and Joy is also going to get banned out, but Deku, I mean, you've seen the NACT stats. You and I both know really well. There is not a high win rate actually for Joy right now. We've seen it play, I think, once yesterday, but they lost with that Joy.
Yeah, Joy definitely hasn't been something that's been super strong so far in NACT. It did receive that buff, right, in the recent patch. But it seems maybe not exactly as dominant as it was before, but it has still remained on the ban list, so teams are still wary of it. Another ban out there being wary of is the Kaja, but something I actually find interesting is the Diggy ban. We haven't seen a lot of that in NACT, so that's very interesting to see, and we maybe looking forward to some heavy set potential out here from the side of Bedtime.
Yeah, we do see actually Leo Murphy is actually Joy Bosch from BTK. So we're gonna see how this is gonna work, right? Because I do see Green Tea from Yakuza, right? We know Ganyu, and actually Ganyu has been playing a lot recently, and we've seen Ganyu prevail in a lot of tournaments, right? Especially in the faction cups, and I believe he played once or twice in the Valentine's Dash, if I am not mistaken. I could be, but we do see Valentina getting banned off, which is a 100% ban or pick rate currently in the NACT, and 1-1 as well.
You're right. Away the Faram is going to be locked in from the side of Bedtime. Like you mentioned, was recently kind of banned off from the NACT list because of the bug, right? With this ultimate, with the fleeting time. But it was recently patched, I believe today actually, or yesterday, along with Eve. So that's going to be exciting to see from the side of Bedtime. You already know once the Farams gets locked in, we're probably starting to look towards some team compositions. But with Diggy ban, set potential is available. We could see maybe something like a Lolita be responded right away from the side of Unexpected.
Yeah, the
Forgotten Ones.
Oh, yeah. Lolita is going to be a huge counter against the Faramist, right? Even the Cult Altar can nullify the Luminous Blast coming from Lolita, but if that Cult Altar is burnt too soon, the punish will definitely come in from that Lolita. But we do see Kira locking in Arla and Shiro locking in this lane, but that's a very early assassin pick.
This was very early, and you know what? I'm really not a big fan of the R-Lot. We haven't seen a lot of success with it. You were talking about the Joy not having a great success rate. Neither has the R-Lot. It's been one of those picks that were, one of the new champs. I feel like everyone agrees that the pick is just strong, like on the paper, kit-wise, but it seems no one's really put it together to where it formulates a clear win in these lanes or even in the games. It just hasn't been that type of turnaround pick or prio pick that's been able to find wins. But the glue Eunice.
Oh, we do see that glue, and if we're going to bring it back a little bit to NACT, I'm pretty sure you guys haven't caught up with it, right? We do know that, I'm pretty sure Uzi from Fallout played that R-Lot, right? And we did also see, I know a lot more members played that R-Lot as well, but like I said, each one of those matches, not a good win rate and success rate locking in that R-Lot. I mean, yes, it is a new hero that came out, but the thing is with R-Lot, you need a lot of CC to go ahead and trigger his passive, and that dash is what a lot of teams were missing when it comes to the draft. So when you go ahead and lock in that R-Lot, you have to be careful with how you draft around him. But Leo Murphy, also known as Joy Baj, gonna lock in his bread and butter. It's gonna be that Chow, and V is gonna lock in this Melissa.
Absolutely. And I mean, that is a strong Cho pick. Like I said, it is Joy Boy over there. That is his comfort. They already banned out the Diggy, so he definitely has a lot of opportunity to work with. We've seen him struggle with it up against the Diggy, the NACT. So it's definitely now making sense why they went for that first ban. But again, like we said, Forgotten Ones does have the opportunity here to kind of meet them with some heavy CC to kind of deal with the Faramis with that Cult Altar. I kind of was expecting it in the first half. They didn't go for it, but now we're on the bans. So now if I'm on the side of Bedtime, I'm actually looking to maybe ban out some of those roams that can give Faramis a hard time, especially considering they already have Joybot Leo Murphy here on his own roam pick.
Yeah, but that Joy, not the Joy, the Diggy getting banned out, this is really going to be a CC versus CC, right?
There it goes.
Who is the better tank? And that Lolita is going to get banned out to prevent Green Tea from potentially getting countered with that Luminous Blast. And like you said, Deku, you are manifesting your draft and wishes over there, and you did read that very well. But Haya is going to get banned out to limit the assassin pool for the side over there on the blue side.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you said, it's just the right play to go for, is to go with that Lolita, especially if you compare it with the Melissa. It goes good up onto the Faramis. And like I said, Bedtime, with the opportunity to be able to take it off, they absolutely got it out of the way. There goes Atlas. I really was expecting maybe a Grok ban, but Atlas is also really good, right, to deal with that Cult Altar. So some very strong bans from Bedtime. They definitely limited that roam pool, kind of like we said. So we'll have to see what Forgotten Ones is going to have left to work with. Again, Grok is still on the board there. Maybe they could look for some support as well to kind of deal with Cho, maybe some mobility, especially since they have the Ling already locked in for that jungle. But we're gonna have to see what they go for here.
And we've seen the match against BTK versus Ackerman. They did run that Faramis with the S to support, right? And it was a pretty good success rate on top of that as well. But the thing is are they really going to bring out a draft that can run that support though? Because we are looking at very squishy heroes right now currently on the board. And just like you said, Grok is going to get slotted. Oh my goodness, Deku, you come on the analyst side. You are getting all these picks correct. Ooh, Ganyu on this Beatrix though.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, that is going to be tough. And now they have to try to find a mid lane here that they're going to be comfortable with. And I'm kind of looking at maybe a Farsa, but we know Valentina had already got banned out. Would have been that first answer. Xavier, that's not bad, right? Mystic Field, you have the AoE CC, the AoE damage with the Dawning Light can definitely deal with them, but they're going to have to be careful. There's a Glue, there's a Cho, and it's not just any Cho, that's Leo Murphy, aka Joy Boy, out there on the Cho, so he's going to have a lot of backliners to deal with here if he wants to make this Xavier work in the hands of Quirky.
As a mage player myself, I have my two bread brothers is the Faramis and the Xavier, right? But the thing is, Xavier's Mystic Field is going to really deny that Cult Altar, right? Once Xavier starts to scale, it's gonna really go ahead and be a big menace. But we are gonna go ahead and hop into the match, and this is going to be Bedtime versus Forgotten Ones and Deku. You're looking at this lineup, and not even the lineup, just the players itself, and you know that you've seen all these players actually play multiple times in big tournaments. And what are you thinking so far right now? We are going into the match right now.
I mean, if I had to go off of the drafts, just alone there, if I'm looking at it, I'm definitely feeling Bedtime's draft a lot more, just because they have the Faramis and Blue. They have extremely high win rates in all of the regions, high pick rates. And when you have those two on your side, especially because there's not much counter play available, I mean, if you look at it, there is a Melissa, you know, the Xavier to kind of handle them, but just for Faramis and Glue alone, man, those win rates are so high. You have comforts locked in with the Cho. I think the side of Bedtime has a really good shot here to go ahead and take out Forgotten Ones, but we can't sleep on the right units. This is the team that took down BTK in the qualifiers, the NACT, so no slacks from that side.
Absolutely, we can't give our credits too much yet to the side of Bedtime, but Forgotten One is the one that got taken down. But
Ooh, a first blood up here at the top side.
We're getting already spicy up here in that EXP lane, but we do see Mystic Field doing a lot of damage. And Deku, I know that you've seen this multiple times, and we've seen it once actually in NACT, this Xavier. Once he starts to scale, he's going to hurt really bad towards that mid to late game. I'm kind of worried.
He definitely can, but hang on here. Speaking of worry, Yamate in troubles. Quirky gonna find his first kill on the Xavier, and that is scary. You're talking about scaling. Giving that first kill to the side of Forgotten Ones to the hands of Quirky, that is not something you want to see. That's definitely going to help him and able to get online just a little bit quicker and make those Dawning Lights hit a little bit harder.
Absolutely, and we do know that Quirky, with that JJ case of Xavier walking around with both hands in his pocket, so he knows what is in stock for him there. But Glue being an absolute menace in that EXP lane, but this is what we want to see coming in from a Joyer, right? He did get that nerf, but is that really a nerf coming in, knowing that he can pretty much lane bully anybody that comes into his lane, no matter the pick?
Absolutely. That is something that can definitely happen. But speaking of things happening, Turtle being picked up, and of course a little bit of invade from Leo Murphy there to keep Lord Shiro entertained. That first turtle is going to fall into the hands of Bedtime here. So they were able to find the first blood. They find the first neutral. They're up a little bit in the gold, not a lot. Sitting around 200 there as far as the gold lead goes. But you can definitely feel them already applying that pressure and playing the macros right.
Look at Fair missing the bot side. Leo Murphy, Way of the Dragon locking in.
TikTok Cho with the Way of the Dragon there. They're trying to find the pick on him, but the Cold Bolter comes out for Bedtime. They're not going to be able to return. Nobody falls there. This red buff is still up for grabs for the side of Bedtime. Looks like they're going to go for it. Retribution misses the mark. Hang on here now. Yamate looking to go for the return. Martis, the surest round, trying to find the kill here. They're trying to take down Kuro. Mortal Coils through it. 3 members. Can they find the kill? Yes, they can. Milk Tea with the decimation. Nothing sweet about him. That beverage is too much for the side of Kuro.
We really thought that Bedtime is going to really put these side of Forgot Ones to bed, which they did, but the retreat, that was a very interesting retreat, and you did call that out. It didn't hit that mark, so we're going to have to really be careful, but we do still link and deny, but the Wolf Shadow Stampede.
That's right. Another Tempest of Blade has been forced out. They are going to be able to disengage, but Leo Murphy putting on the pressure with these Way of Dragons here, making a lot happen on Shiro here. He hasn't had a comfortable time, and something to note here, Eunice, we need to kind of talk about that. That is a marksman emblem on Lord Shiro on this lane.
Yeah, but that gives that mobility, and I've actually seen Ling run many different emblems, right? Iron Dry, Killing Spree, and I have seen that marksman emblem, the Electro Flash, locked in by Ling, and I see that actually it's pretty common. But look at Green Tea using the Shadow Stampede to do a little bit of chip damage, but looks like it's just a little bit skirmish. But what are you thinking about this emblem on Shiro?
I know you're talking about that is kind of the usual, but something that's not very usual at this level. Seeing these teams not able to be able to deal with the invades, he's had a very uncomfortable time. There he goes, losing another creep to Beatrix, right? With that, with the Renner's shot there. But hang on, wild charge from Grok, and of course Murphy out. Not going to lose a flicker. Not going to use too many skills. But now they don't have that available for this turtle, so the side of Bedtime can look to use it. Saw Quirky put on a little bit of damage, but now Green Tea going to make his way over. The team has set up for this neutral objective. Looks like there's not going to be any contest because, as you can see, Shiro's up on the top side as Murphy finds a kill here onto V. That's going to be a Melissa down. And now Yamate might be in trouble again. A lot of action on both sides. Shiro is going to find that kill. Has been having trouble in the jungle, but as an assassin, able to execute the lives over there from the side of Bedtime. And now a lot of pressure onto that gold. You can see they took all of the gold plating right before that 5-minute mark, found the second neutral objective and a kill on the top side, but a response from the push of Forgotten One.
Confused as to why they didn't put the Way of the Dragon though.
And that is going to be a kill right into the hands of Ganyu on the Beatrix again, just after being able to pick up all the gold plating, and now a kill. That's going to be a huge boost to the gold laner from Bedtime.
Yeah, but they are losing the turret on that top side. But let's take a look at these items real quick. We're going to go ahead into that 6-minute mark. Arla already bidding in that Hunter Strike. So this is going to be a more damage route. Arla, looks like we're going to call for a quick pause here. But I know that we've seen Arlot being drafted in as that hybrid build. And Deku, you and I've actually seen this in NACT with actually Uzi built more of that semi-tank build, but is damage really the answer here? Because we do see Glue being able to body bag this Arlott in that early game, but is this really what you want to see coming in from Lord Kiro?
I feel like if there wasn't a Faramis here, right, it might be a little bit better, but you know the fights are going to be extended there. So it's a little difficult for him to be able to outlast, especially since, like you said, not going for that hybrid route, going to lose some of that durability that you could potentially have. It's going to be hard for him to last in those extended fights, and that's going to be the question that he's going to have to find the answer to if this is going to be possible to survive in these clashes, knowing you're going to have to fight up against that Cold Ultra. But look at Murphy. You can do an away the dragon right into the hands of Ganyu. Wild charge. It's going to connect for the stun, but nothing going to come from that. He's going to have to need that to disengage there from Bedtime.
Looks like a little bit of a panic ult, though, coming in from that Grok with the wild charge, but Tempest of Blades.
Uh-oh. That's going to be a kill in the mid lane. And the bot side, Ganyu and Milk Tea both able to find a kill. And a tower as well. Looks like Bedtime is looking to put the side of Forgotten Ones into the sheet.
Now, Deku, let's talk about this really quickly. We usually see the Melissa being the lane bully, but we can't sleep on Ganyu running this Beatrix, the American sniper, locking in on that Beatrix. So usually I would like to prioritize the Melissa that's doing the more of the damage, but this time it's going to be Beatrix dominating, but we do the split being popped in.
Glue putting a lot of damage out there, but gets outplayed by Tam here with the flicker and wild charge back to the tower. They go ahead and get him taken out. But Leo Murphy, another TikTok play. Away of the dragon, going right into 3 members here. But hang on, Arlott doing his best to survive. With those slashes, ooh, almost makes it with that Mystic Field, but Faram's going to be able to connect there. And now Tempest of Blades coming out from Shiro, but he's not going to be able to make anything happen. That's going to be an unanswered kill to the side of Bedtime there.
And a lot of utility burnt, right? We did see the Tempest of Blades popping down, the Wild Charge also coming down because of that Glue locking in that split over there. But looks like another buff getting denied again. And like you said, Shiro is not having a fun time. But look at that Xavier's damage now starting to do a whole lot with that Mystic Field. But look at the setup coming on that top side. And looks like they're trying to find answers to try and push up that top side turret over there.
You know, they need to find answers for all these turrets right now as far as pushing. If you're talking about the side of Forgotten Ones, they're already down in the tower category. They've only found 1 from their side, 1 from the other, but they've lost a lot of pressure as far as the neutrals. Milk Tea definitely having his way. He's got a 2-level advantage up against Shiro right now. If they're looking to close it on this mid lane, a great Ritter shot from Ganyu, and that's going to be a mid tower down. And like I said, they need to find a way to respond for these objectives because it seems like Bedtime is just a little bit more focused on them and starting to create a little bit of a gap here.
Yeah, and we're speaking about that gap. Look at these items getting built in on Beatrix, already locking in that BOD, but Wind of Nature really early as her second item, as she knows that the Ling, Arlott, and Melissa is definitely going to target her over there. But Lord Shiro doing a little bit of damage, and the Shadow Stampede doing a little bit more. But look at that top side, Deku. They did find that answer that you were looking for.
Looking to push for a little bit more. They have created a lot of space for Ganyu. When we're talking about from the gold lane, even up here into the top side now, to be able to find the towers. Ganyu was a part of finding the bot, finding the mid, and now the top side. But here comes the invade there. Shiro finally able to pick up that blue buff. Bedtime going to walk away empty-handed here. But again, you're still feeling the pressure that they're looking to put on Shiro here. He's still a little behind in this jungle matchup, and that's going to be nice for them when you're talking about these neutral objectives.
But this is such a low kill score fight, so we can't expect too many kills coming off the board. But the Dawning Light doing a lot of damage already, and look at T on this Faramis is getting dropped dangerously low, but that Lord is going to be uncontested, and that is going to go into the side there for Bedtime.
And I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? They just had such a better time here when it comes to the objectives, when it comes to the buffs, when it comes to the towers. They're having a very clean game. It's a low kill game right now. It's only 7-3, but that is a 5k gold difference. And a lot of that is coming to the way they were able to play around these towers, play around these early turtles, and now the first Lord of the game that has fallen into their hand.
And they're going to go ahead and proxy up these lanes, make sure they are in sync. And look at the setup, though. coming in from the Forgotten Ones. They're trying to do a little bit something, but gets spotted out by the Mystic Field. And that's the good thing about Xavier, right? You couldn't even put his second skill. That wall is going to go ahead and zone out. But look at Shiro going for that side push on that top side for the side of Bedtime.
That's right. Doing what he can with the Ling. When you have that cross-map potential, you definitely have to utilize it, especially in a game like this when he's kind of been starved out in the jungle. He hasn't had much success in team fights. Definitely hasn't found anything as far as neutrals. He's going to have to look to find a way to open up this map, maybe stall this game out for his team to kind of scale and get online. Because like you said, they do have the Xavier, you do have the Melissa, but V on the Melissa 0, 2, and 1 hasn't had the greatest early to mid game so far that you would like to see from Melissa. But look at Murphy looking for the pickoff on Tam here. Can they be able to burst him out before the wild charge? No, Tam is going to be able to call that out. Muddles to help him disengage as well as the Mystic Field. But you can see the damage is lining up. But Shiro doing a good job with that pressure in the mid side.
Absolutely, cutting off a lot of these waves and go ahead and pushing out 2 turrets on that top side. But like you said, Shiro's farming got denied, but he has the agility and mobility to run around the map, kind of uncontested right there. And Glue is just really trying his best to catch up to Shiro. And there is a potential setup coming to this top side as they know they do need an answer, denying a lot of their buffs here.
There is an invade did happen though. T does walk away with that red buff. Shiro again trying to open up that map. He hasn't been able to find that mid tower, but he has been forcing the response from Bedtime to come clean that up. And that's what he's going to have to keep going for, like we said, until they can stall this game a little longer, until they can match up as far as the economy. They're down 6K right now, Eunice, so a little bit of a hole from them. But with this little lull in the action, let me ask you, the win condition right now from the side of Forgotten Ones, how do you think they could get back in this game outside of Ling? And what does the side of Bedtime need to do to go ahead and close this match out?
Well, for the side of Forgotten Ones, right, Tam, I'm not looking at a lot of set potentials, but in that process, Ganya does get a kill off of Shiro. But Tam needs to come online and set all of these people at once, possibly catching out the Fairmans as he's not running the Purify, but Guiding Light.
A huge wild charge to follow up the Kotal that comes out to try to sustain the fight. And Ganyu on the backside on Quirky with the flicker. He's going to find Kuro. He's going to find Quirky. And the rest of the members are going to fall in the midst of all that action as the shutdown goes into Melissa's hand. But at what cost? They've all been wiped out except for Tam. And now the push in the mid side from Bedtime looking to put them to sleep. TikTok show one more time. YUWEI the Dragon comes out. They're going to find the kill. Milk Tea is going to run away with that. A killing spree. They're not going to be able to end the game just yet. Shiro does spawn back in. But the mid inhibitor has been pushed down from the side of Bedtime, and with that enhanced Lord up, Eunice, it's looking grim for the side of Forgotten.
13-minute mark here. This is going to be the second Luminous Lord coming in from the side of Bedtime. Guiding Light trying to get some little bit of damage there, but we just saw that, right? Wall charge did lock in, but Green Tea coming in with that Cult Altar kind of made that wild charge not so much of a useful thing right here. And looks like Bedtime is really going to put the Forgotten Ones to sleep as they are looking for a potential end here, knowing that their fight was into the favor of Bedtime, but not so much for the side of Forgotten Ones. But Shiro
looking for a pick off with the Tempest of Blades, but a flicker last second from Green Tea is going to deny the kill. Ritter's shot almost connecting there. Shiro needs to try to get out. Looks like they're looking to try to pinch him in and close him out. He is going for the recall in the bush, but Nibiru's passion from Ganyu is going to take him out, and you have to wonder what the thought process there, but hang on. Wall charge coming out, Muddles damage. They're looking to take out Milk Tea, but the Cold Altar at the last second is very clutch and go away. Another light, Ganyu is going to find V. Milk Tea on the Quirky, and now double kill into the goal lane for Bedtime. Make that a triple kill, and that is an entire wipeout. And like we said, it is Bedtime for the side of Forgotten Ones. A GG well played from Bedtime.
really living up to their name. Bedtime is going to go ahead and advance to the next round. And let's take a really quick look at these stats, right? 2-0-10, that MVP is a well-deserved coming in from T. The amount of times he was able to save the rest of his team. We did see Milk Tea in that really uncomfortable position right there. But let's take a really quick look at these stats going to come up, right? We do see the team fight participation coming in from that Faramis and Ganyu. And Leo coming in as Joy Baj over there. Really worked that 1-3-1 strat all together. The early game, right? Ganyu was having a little bit of trouble laning against V. As a Melissa, you do not want that poke, but congratulations to the side of Bedtime. You are going to advance to the next match.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream! Bumblebee here and ready to roll!
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. The This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible bursts in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's damage output. For battle spells, Flicker can be a powerful tool in the mid to late game when used with King's Calling to quickly reach and shut down key targets. Petrify is also recommended as an additional CC to maximize Minsithar's damage during Shield Assault. We hope players will have fun with the revamped Minsithar. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
My magic flows as freely as the wind. Name of the winds. The storm is coming. The void is like wind. Listen. It is the sound of the wind. Behold, the fury of the wind! Behold, the fury of the wind! Behold, the fury of the wind!
Impressive! Under attack! Killing
I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill.
Team is banning.
Hear me, guys. Welcome back to Aether Havoc, which is on the left side, versus Akatsuki. And today we on the casting board we do have Eunice and Deku. Coach Deku, can you breathe? And ACT Powerhouses, how are you guys doing?
Doing great. Heading into that fourth match, we just saw a pretty convincing win right from the side of Bedtime. Looking to see what these next two teams have for us. We do have some big bangers, some big names out here, but enough for me. Eunice, how are you doing?
I'm doing great right now, but speaking about big names, Deku, it is Aether Havoc versus Akatsuki, right? On the left side, if you guys are familiar with MLSA, this team right now, Aether Havoc, we've seen them play pretty good games with us in the MLSA, but I can't really snooze on the right side either. We see Jules QT, former member of A77, I believe. Hui coming in from BTK as well. Death is one of the really good EXP landers that I've seen in a very long time. Myth as well, but Chalice is a new face that I'm seeing. I don't know who exactly that is, but Deku, these big names, are we looking for a really intense match, or what are we thinking?
Definitely looking to see a strong match here. Speaking of strong matches, we're getting some strong bans out the way. Thankfully, Faramus has been banned out from the red side. Definitely something you want to get out of the hands from blue, especially after Valentina has been banned. Obviously, there's other answers, other counters, but that being one of the main ones, definitely a great option to go ahead and just take it off the board for the side of the blue team, Aether Havoc here. And that's going to be finalizing for their bans. But looking at this combo here, this red side is really interesting, right? They have Hui here and Jules Cutie as long with Death. Not too familiar with those last two there, but those three, some pretty big names out here in the NA community.
Absolutely, and I've actually had privileges of playing with all of them, and they are pretty good with what role they do play in Jules QT. But the thing is, like, I'm looking at this roster right now, but there are a lot of people who play that same role, but Joy is going to go ahead and be banned. Now, let's talk about these bans real quick. Very common. We've seen it a lot of times in our rank matches in NA, NACT. And the thing is, like, all of these bans, aside from that Valentina and Minsithar and that Faramus, all of those picks right now, it's either a good win rate or not so good. And we talked about this in our last match as well. Arlott, I mean, good ban, but not the best success rate, along with that Joy as well. But we do know that Joy also got a nerf, but the damage is going to be a little bit increased. So the first pick is going to be locked in by Watch Me Nene. This is a very interesting name, but I was going to very early Farsa pick, Deku.
I was expecting maybe a glue here. Can't really go wrong with it. It does have a very strong pick. Obviously, there's counter plays that can be utilized, but for Ramus and Joy out the way, Arlott as well. I feel like it would have been pretty decent. Farsa, like I said, it's pretty early. That is a mage that does have a lot of counters that can be pulled out right now. But Glue can now be picked up from the side of Akatsuki. How'd you say that name? Akatsuki?
Akatsuki.
Akatsuki. I honestly
Yes.
thought their name was Akatsuki from Naruto this whole time. But they do have some options to pick up that glue. They could look for maybe even something like a Franco too. But
there
the
it is.
Lapu Lapu extremely strong too, and the Mars the Parrot. Oh, that's going to be harsh unit.
Now, this is what happens when you lock in that mage really early. We were just talking about that. Lots of counters. And that backline coming in from Death, the bravest fighter on that Lapu, is going to be a huge problem for the Farsa. But Richmond going ahead and locking in this Esmeralda. And now, I casted that match when Aether Havoc was going up against Team Chubby in MLSA. And Richmond actually ran this Yuzong. And his EXP lane is not something you guys want to sleep on. And going up against Death, this is going to be a very interesting match. Esmeralda up against Lapu. Very equal trade, I believe, coming in from both sides. But
Give me a target.
watch me, Nene is going to go ahead and lock in this Leslie. But these are pretty strong picks right now. But a little bit worried for the Leslie. We did see the scaling took a little bit of time. But let me ask you, Deku. In NACT, we've seen Guapsi come from Fallout, running this Leslie, and we did see it wasn't the best pick in that draft, but in this draft right now, how are you feeling about this Leslie pick? And we both know that Leslie takes a long time to scale with those items. So what are we feeling right here?
I just feel like I feel like there was some stronger options available. Leslie definitely not at the top of the pack for marksmen, in my opinion. Especially when you're looking at that Lapu, it's definitely something that's going to be hard to deal with. And now there's a Brody with that good lane harass. That is extremely difficult to deal with. Leslie's already, like I said, not one of those marquee marksmen. If you're talking about the tier of how they all fall down the list from greatest to worst there. And now you're going up against Brody, who is sitting at the top, kind of in that marksman pool. You're going up against Lapu, extremely strong with that backline capability. It's going to be an uphill battle for Nene here on this Leslie. But, maybe they know something we don't, because they did lock that in the first half of their draft. So feeling confident in it, to say the least here. But looking at the side of Kutsuki here, their draft with this Lapu, with the Martis, the Brody, there's so much aggression, so much early capability. They can easily take a lead up against these three picks here from Aether Havoc, all of them looking to scale, but that's not what the type of room they're going to have when you're looking at the opposite side. They have some great early aggression to shut down that from happening.
Yeah, and Death on this Lapu, that's his bread and butter pick, which is going to be that Lapu. But we can already see kind of the draft shifting around this Farsa, going ahead and banning out the Kadita. And I don't know, maybe there's going to be another mage ban, maybe a Yeve possibly walking around here, but they're also missing a roam. But for this side of Akatsuki, they did ban out that Frederick and that Kufra to go ahead, and that Yeve is going to be banned out, and that backline, like I just called, it's going to be banned out. And the thing is, even with that Kadita and with that Yeve getting banned out, you still have that dive coming in from Death. And he's just going to continuously prioritize that Leslie and that Farsa, preventing them to use any of their skill shots. And mind you, if Farsa doesn't have the wings by wings, Leslie's and Farsa's mobility just goes straight down the hole.
Definitely. Speaking of going in the hole here, a mid is a hole in the composition from the side of Akatsuki here, and they could, I think maybe a Luminous here would be really nice for the composition. It fits well into the theme, has that invulnerability, CC immunity, at least with the light ult, just like Lapu and Martis can deal with that Esmeralda, but they're going to go for the Kagura. We played really well to the Farsa, also has that CC immunity, so that's a good pickup from Huevo here to go into that mid lane. Not exactly what I was expecting, but definitely still fits the bill as far as what I was expecting for them to get the job done up against Aether Havoc.
Now we do see these two bands getting, or picks is about to get finalized for the side of Aether Havoc, and Kopsky is going to play that roam position actually. So I wonder what he is planning on to pick here, but we locking in this Kagura? I haven't really seen any Kaguras lately in any of these major tournaments, but that's also an issue for Farsa. Backline Yin Yang overturn might just put him in a difficult situation, but Fanny getting locked in, and Kopsky is going to go ahead with this Lolita. That is his bread and butter roam right there, and they just left open a Fanny. Now, I don't know if this Fanny play too easy is his name, Deku. Might be a little bit of an easy game looking at, because knowing that Jules QT running this Brody, Hui running this Kagura, two squishies that I'm seeing here right now already off the bat, and Fanny is really gonna go ahead and menace that if she is able to go ahead and rotate freely.
You know, I'm not sure. I know you said it's the bread and butter for him with the Lolita, but I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I don't feel like there's much that the Lolita can do here as far as countering with the Bulwark Shield, or even with that Numian Blast. I mean, we're looking at 4 picks here that can evade or immune the CC coming down from it. Really only going to be able to find Jules Cutie at best here, unless they make some mistakes in those team fights, maybe waste some mobility skills, waste some flickers, and then get caught in that ultimate. But just straight up in the 5v5, it's going to be very hard for Kopsky to be able to find those sets. I feel like something more along the lines of maybe an Akai would have been really nice. Be able to try and find a lockdown on the one target. Yeah, Grok as well. Maybe even going into the support route if you really want to look at it. But you know, they are locked in with this. They are committed to it. We are about to head into the match. And Eunice, looking at this draft now, we talked a little about it a little bit earlier on in the first half of the draft. Who are you leaning towards now that we have hit the Land of Dawn?
Towards that early game, I'm going to have it get up to Akatsuki, right? They have that early game poke damage, especially coming in from that Kagura, but the late game security is gonna... I'm watching this Leslie, right? She is going to fall a little bit off in the early game, knowing that she's going to get a little bit of that lane bully from Jules over there, but it really, I feel like it depends on the mid to late game once that Leslie starts to scale, and Fanny is going to go ahead and start doing a lot of that damage, and she is actually running this killing spree instead of the normal high-end dry that we normally see on Fanny runners, but I can't really pick a draft right now.
You know, I think I really am going to want to look to give it over to the side of Akatsuki here, but look at Myth. He's being pressured by Richmond here, needs to be careful on this Hayabusa. Still has the shadow in place to go for the retribution, goes back in, does find it, does secure it, and now Chadless looking for Richmond. Doesn't have that level 4, he's only level 2. But hang on, Hoi trying to pick up the kill as well, found the stun. Not going to be able to find that finishing mark, and now, hang on, might be some trouble here for Hoi. He's going to be forced on the flicker. Fanny going in, not enough energy to be able to find that kill, not level 4. Now Hayabusa, if you're looking at Myth there, try to make a play. Able to find a kill. Both teams able to walk away unscathed, but it's like a little bit of a gold lead over onto the red side here.
Hold on, Deku. Is this a Rome Martis? This is a Rome Martis.
This is a Rome Martis.
So no set potential really coming in unless it's coming in from Death on this Labu, but Fanny coming in with the steel cables, doing a little bit of a dance there, but not the answer that I was quite looking for. Thought that she was going to go ahead and look for that Brody, but looks like Jules already got an answer.
And you know what, though? With this being a Rome Martis, he's going to be right there in the face of Kopsky every time he's looking for the Numian Blast. And like I was saying, not only are they going to be able to immune out that or be able to escape the sets, they're also going to be able to cancel it with Chalice on this Martis in the Rome position. But hang on, speaking of canceling out, Jules Cutie in some trouble here. Needs to be careful. Feather airstrike coming up just short. Jules Cutie is going to live to tell another day. And while that's all happening, a failed game from the side of Aether Havoc, they're going to be able to pick up the turtle on the opposite side to be able to trade this out. Not even trade it out, because like we said, they came up empty-handed. So this is going to be a free, uncontested turtle here into their hands.
We did expect to see a kill getting grabbed in by the side of Aether Havoc on that bot side, but the response is a little bit too slow. We do see Fanny. No energy, bravest fighter.
And the blue buff does get picked up. Fanny did get dropped dangerously low. Now Myth looking for the backside, looking for Kale here. Not going to be able to find the kill. It's just going to go ahead and break away. He got what he came for, and that's the blue buff to deny that into the hands of Legend 27.
Yeah, Fanny's going to go ahead without any blue. Whoa, Fanny doing... That's a little bit of some questionable steel cables that we saw, and looks like Too Easy is not having an easy time over there in that jungle, but so far the gold lead is not even looking that bad, but bot side.
Jules Cutie now in trouble this time. It
Whoa.
doesn't look like he's going to be able to get away. First blood into the hands of Legend 27, finding his first kill, and the first kill in the game for the side of Aether Havoc here, and that's going to be unfortunate for Jules Cutie. He was able to survive that first gank, but this time falls to the hands of Aether Havoc.
But look at this Martis kind of just running around the map, trying to deny as much farm as you can. And I've never seen a Martis roam actually get slotted, but we are getting a lot of denial of farm coming in from the side of Aether Havoc, and Fanny still looking for an answer. Might just get caught up by Myth over here, and
that's going to be a kill into him. He's going to be able to take down Legend 27, and not only that, now he's going to pick up that red buff as well. Blue buff spawning in. He could potentially look to go steal that again from the side of Legend 27 as Jules Cutie gets taken out again. That's 2 deaths in a row for the gold lane coming out from Akatsuki here. So while they're able to pressure out this Fanny, their gold lane has been suffering all at the same time, but keep an eye on Fanny here. Hoy tried to find a kill, was able to pick that up. Koski with the stun, but look at Chalice, Decimation. He's going to take down Kale, and at the same time on the side there, Fanny, Legend 27 in trouble. They're going to look to take up this blue buff, and they will be able to successfully steal that as Chalice is in trouble. He's going to get popped by Watch Me Nay Nay as he gets whipped in the mid lane. A flicker coming in from Leslie, very aggressive, and now the ultimate coming out with the deadly sniper. Richmond going to finish that kill on the Hoy. Numian Blast comes down. Not going to find anyone. Myth is in trouble. Double kill into the hands of Richmond. The XP laner for Aether Havoc. Wahoo doing what he can. But Legend 27 is still going to pick up that turtle. But Def trying to take out Richmond at the bare minimum. But he's not going to be able to find the kill. Feather Airstrike, go ahead and pressure him away for the disengage. And that's a lot of action going on up there, Eunice.
now, Deku, we were kind of worried about this Leslie, right? Watch Me Nene running this, and we were questioning it. Jules QT on this Brody, 0-2, not looking too hot, and we thought that this Brody's gonna go ahead and do that lane bullying, but looks like Nene on this Leslie is gonna be that menace. But Bravest fighter stance.
Child's looking for the 1v2 here, putting all the damage onto Richmond. They're gonna force them back, but in the mid side, a little bit of pressure here from Hoy onto the tower.
And Leslie already locking in that Berserkers, but Fanny coming in the steel cables and go ahead and clear up those minis. But look at the bot side, look at Myth.
We are seeing some trouble here. Myth gonna be able to get out with that Ouija Shadow kill, but Jules Cutie once again in trouble. Connected with the Numian Blast, deadly snipe, killing spree to the hands of Watch Me Nene. This is an incredible gold lane match from him. 3-0-3. Jules Cutie is struggling. 0-3-0. And now looking potentially to lose the tower. Hoy is going to try to look to defend this off. Stun coming in from Kobiski. Kale looking to follow it up as well. Feather Airstrike is going to zone off the tower. They will be able to pick this up. That's going to be a tower down now as we cross over to the 6-minute mark.
And look at Leslie, 3-0-3, unanswered, unpunished, but dead. We do see the ultimate sniper coming out.
Hang on, and a great knockback from him, but Death with the flicker stun in response, and Hoy's going to follow that up with the Yin Yang, overturn the shutdown. Chalice finds one with the decimation. He's looking for two on Farsa. Can he get that second kill? A flicker coming out, but a flicker again. The decimation left for 1 HP, was able to finish up with a nice auto attack. Going to be taken out from the tower. A kill right back into the hands of Kale, Myth, and Fanny. Potential 1v1, but they're going to go ahead and break away. Turtle though spawning up in Myth in prime position to be able to pick this up.
Yeah,
Test Richmond names up without a little bit of a fight.
Absolutely, but like, let's look at what we're looking at right now. Aether Havoc is in the lead of kills right now, but when it comes to these team fights, they're looking a little bit sloppy right now. But we do see the bot side, a little bit of a brawl situation going on in 3v1. Richmond might just get caught out, but let's take a look at these items here. We are getting to that mid-game spike. Leslie locking in that Berserker is going to go directly into the Endless, just like you have mentioned. But we are looking at the gold lead is going to go into Leslie, and another turret has been traded, but Chalice.
Trouble Kale on the hunt here. Doesn't have that Feather Airstrike though to be able to take that up, but hang on.
No.
Holy far stuff onto the hands of Myth. Looks like it's going to be another kill though into his hand as Jules Cutie was able to finally pick up a kill. Now he's 1-3. It's not going to be enough to get him back in the game. Only time can tell, Eunice.
And this Leslie is starting to come online with that damage, and Richmond doing a good job on this Esmeralda, being able to rotate around the map. Kind of just walking around with her little, what are those? Like little pieces of clothing over there. But they're gonna go ahead and proc this mid lane Feather Airstrike coming out to clear. But whoa, Luminous Blast widely missing.
A lot of utility used there to protect that mid tower. Now a Clash Legend 27 trying to find the kill, but he gets stunned underneath the tower. Jules Cutie finding his second kill, and now it's looking like he's trying to get back into the game. Like we said, Chalice on his own off Richmond here, but he is low depth, trying to clear up that mid lane to find some pressure. Looks like all that action has came to an end. But Eunice, is Jules Cutie going to be able to get back into this game? He did find 2 kills, but is that going to be enough to make him even out what has happened in that gold lane earlier on?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Jules QT needs to get online, but Huevo getting online here.
A major yin yang overturn, but not able to find the kills. Watch Me Nene will pick up his 4th kill in the game, but look at Def looking to trade that out, a knockback, but he has the flicker ready. And Jules Cutie a killing spree. Went from 0-3 to now 3-3 in a matter of minutes. They're looking to push into this tier 2 tower in the top side. Chalice, we're going to go ahead and zone off the remaining members. And I asked you a question, but I think we're starting to get our answer.
Absolutely. Now, wasn't having the greatest time in that early game, but the thing is, although they have Jules QT to scale over there, we also have to watch out for this Leslie, right? The later the game gets, the more she's going to hurt. And at that point, she's going to be able to kind of one-shot all the members on the side of Akatsuki. But Fanny just not having a good time at her buff here.
Not at all. As Huevo's going to pick up another kill on Legend 27. Not looking so legendary right now. A flicker off from Chalice to go ahead and help the disengage. And you know what? On the note of things happening here, we're seeing Fanny never really had a fair shot, right? With those buffs. And now we're seeing Leslie has been targeted. And we kind of talked about this at the draft, right? The troubles that were going to come with this Lapu Lapu. But hang on here. Damage being pumped out over the red buff. Chalice, Feather Airstrike, Deadly Snipe, Falling Star, Numian Blast. A lot to take out the roam here. From the side of Akatsuki, they are going to be able to find the kill, but that is a lot of utility wasted.
Is that the utility you really want to waste? And that is a Lord into the hands of Akatsuki, and that's going to come down. But when the Lord comes out, you really want to be careful with what skill shots you're using. You want to save everything to make sure the team fight is in your favor. But Richmond is looking for a little bit of that dive on that backside, but looks like Jules QT is starting to scale pretty well, and we did see the killing spree activated for that Brody, but Leslie's still walking around with 5-2, but Yin Yang overturn.
A big burst there. We saw the shadow kill, we saw the Yin Yang overturn, and that was enough to take out Richmond here as we're crossing into the 11-minute mark. Not quite beefy enough to be able to outlast all that damage. Lord in the top side, Jules QT pushing in the mid. The rest of the team closing in. They're going to go ahead and take out that tier 2. Not going to look to clash too hard. They have pushed down all these towers basically to the inhibitors now as they're looking for the tier 2 in the bot. A flicker from Huevo. Pretty nice movement from him to avoid those steel cables. Like I said, inhibitors are now all that are left on the side of Aether Havoc.
Their backs are up against the wall, but I need to see a decent set coming in from Kopsky, right? 027 just picked up that Athena to go ahead and block out the damage coming in from me. This Fanny is just not getting any answers as she is still level 12. Actually, the same level as this Marksman, which is not something you really want to see in that jungle. You want to go ahead and grab as much as you can with Myth already being at the full spike 15 level over there. But now this is where we question ourselves. Is this really a match that can be turned around, knowing that there is already a 6k gold deficit for the side of Aether Havoc?
You know, I think we're going to get a very hard match right inside of Aether Havoc. Fanny being reduced to nothing more than a lane sweeper at this point, but hang on, Mid finding a kill on the Farsa. Flicker stun, looking to connect, wasn't able to find the mark. Watch Me Nene on the escape finds a kill to pick up on the Huevo there, and now looks like he's going to be able to completely slip away as Richmond with the falling star moon to make sure of that. Not going to be able to find anything, but hang on, Watch Me Nene still in an uncomfortable spot. Def on top of him, will they be able to save him? A Numian Blast is coming down, but too little too late. Def is going to be able to find him. Legend 27 falling right next door. Jules Cutie going to be able to take him down, and with the Lord coming up, 2 members are going to be down with those Def Timers units. It's looking very uncomfortable for the side of Aether Havoc.
Now, I was really eyeballing this Fanny, right? I love to see some really good Fanny players out here being able to destroy. We did see Huevo running that EXP Fanny last night in NACT, but this is not the Fanny that I want to see in this current matchup. She's sitting at 141. She might have had a little bit of trouble in her jungle, but even if her steel cables were to go down, that's not... You're not seeing any responses with the kills and Myth being able to pick up this Lord uncontested, and this is going to be a little bit of trouble coming in for the side of Aether Havoc, knowing that this Leslie is carrying the whole team behind her back. More than half of the kills are into her favor. But we're going to have to see how the execution goes. But look at Chalice already setting up a Richmond, already having all the vision.
Absolutely. And Leslie has become an uncomfortable spot. Death, while he's only 1-0-6, he's been a part of all 3 kills that Nene has suffered, setting up all of them. We've seen the last 2 actually go into the hands of him. One of them setting up, facilitated into a kill for YUWEI, but he has to be able to avoid death. Death is literally being the cause of the downfall for Watch Me Nene here on this gold lane. If they can't keep him off top of him, he is going to be able to take him out in these team fights. They are going to lose their win condition, but a push going on, a little bit of a scuffle. Richmond going to go ahead and clear this out with Kopsky here, but it looks like the side of Akatsuki is still going to keep pushing. They found one inhibitor here down on the bot side. Will they be able to find another in the top? Feather Airstrike coming out. Steel cables as well. They are going to be able to fight off that minion wave, but they have one more in the mid. Will they be able to defend? YUWEI's going to look for the recall. Myth as well back at base. Jules, Cutie, and company might want to go ahead and just back away and get up out of here. You don't want to hand any kills over here to the side of Aether Havoc.
But I gotta give those credits over to Aether Havoc. Good lane clearing coming in from their side. Was able to get that Lord. Did lose that inhibitor turret at that bot side, but the top and the mid are still standing pretty strong. And looks like the side of Akatsuki is going to go ahead and wait for a potential setup or a push coming in. But speaking about potential, looks like a little bit of a skirmish coming out right here. And look at that Leslie's damage doing some work now.
A little bit of work, but will it be enough? We know they haven't been able to protect him from that Lapu, but a Numian Blast coming out the bush is only going to find one, but that's enough to take out Lapu. And this is what we were talking about, if you can get him out the way. But hang on, Myth into the backside with the flicker from Nene. Myth is going to be able to find one. He's not going to be able to take out Nene, though. They still have a chance. Richmond on the escape here on the Esmeralda, but now a Deadly Snipe coming out from Nene, putting on a lot of damage to Myth here. Not going to be able to take him out, though, but they did a good job being able to pick up Lapu. Now they just have to find a way afterwards to be able to move forward in the aggression in those team fights afterwards.
Look at that setup coming in from YUWEI and Chalice, and Jules actually just sitting in that mid side waiting for potential pickoff. And this is what I like to see. Roam, mid, and Marksman going in a 1-3-1 rotation. Just letting Myth do his own little thing on this Haya, and Chalice kind of giving all that vision that is needed right now. And Richmond already crossing his lanes, but looks like she just got caught out here.
Definitely did. That was a huge flicker of Shura's Wrath, and torn apart memory is going to turn Watch Me Nene into nothing more than a memory here as YUWEI and Richmond cross paths in the jungle. But the side of Akatsuki is going to go ahead and move over towards this Lord. That's going to be their main objective, as they are also looking to put some pressure on Legend 27. Myth is going to shut him down with the Ouija Shadow kill. It's a huge pickoff, and they can completely turn their attention over to the Lord Jungler down from the side of Aether Havoc. Legend 27 has not had a great time. 1-5-1, and things are looking done for the side of Aether Havoc.
Yeah, I'm not really liking that Fanny's KDA. I did expect her to get a lot more kills for the early game. As like I mentioned, right? YUWEI coming on this Kagura and Jules coming in on this Brody. Those are pretty easy targets. Easy food, I would say, for Fanny players that do run that early damage assassin emblem. But we aren't getting the response that we wanted. Myth is still walking around 5-1-3. One of those good KDAs right here. And Death also sitting at 1-1-7, which you see almost a 100% kill participation coming in from the EXP lane, in which you know the rotations are tight up there, synergized with the entire side. But Aether Havoc kind of running around the map everywhere freely, and that's not something you want to do, especially with the Leslie, who has the most amount of damage.
I mean, we know what Fanny's doing, trying to be the best they can as a cursed helmet. Definitely not as great as they could be as a Fanny, but hang on here. You might have got Watch Me Nene in some trouble here, and Chalice is going to take him out with the decimation. Farsa as well, taking off screen. What's going on? Units, like you said, all over the map. But now it looks like Akatsuki is on the attack here. They have the Lord. They have the 5v3 advantage. Mid inhibitor does fall. Lord pushing in down on the bot side. Fanny trying to make something happen with the steel cables. Richmond, he's in trouble. Numian Blast coming out, but Death is going to flicker. He's going straight for the base here. He's locking in on the Nexus here. No one's going to be able to stop him. And that's going to be a win over into the hands of Akatsuki here. Aether Havoc, just no match.
Victory!
Unfortunately, not a good match up for the side of Aether Havoc up against Akatsuki. And Akatsuki is going to go ahead and advance to the next round. But let's look at these stats real quick. Death locking in with the MVP 117, almost 100% kill participation there. And being able to kind of body bag a lot of those players, 27% damage actually coming in up besides Myth. And we don't really see EXP laners doing the most amount of damage usually in these situations. But we do also see the runner-up, which is going to be Myth, coming in with 26% damage, also being a huge menace in that jungle. But congratulations to Akatsuki, you do advance to the next level. And Aether Havoc, maybe I will see you guys around in the next series.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate, King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips: since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible burst in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips: when laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics: Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves. In the late game, Minsithar's crowd control really shines in teamfights. Use King's Calling to strip away the enemy's mobility and Shield Assault for a great burst of damage. We recommend this build, with Demon Hunter's Sword and Corrosion Scythe as Minsithar's core equipment. Demon Hunter's Sword provides much needed lifesteal and attack speed, while Corrosion Scythe adds even more attack speed to really push Shield Assault's damage. Pick the Fighter emblem to boost Minsithar's.
Alright guys, welcome back. In this match, we will have Ackerman versus I don't know who. So I'm gonna look up their team names, but it is Ackerman versus Prime Esports, both East teams. And on the casting desk, we do have Coach Deku, Can You Breathe, along with Rem and Eunice Round Robin. How you guys doing today?
This is going to be a fun match, right? Get in the seat. Ackerman out here up against Prime Esports, man. I mean, hello, one of the newer teams versus one of the vets. That's always fun to see that old generation versus that new generation. Eunice, how are you feeling about this?
I do know some people of Prime Esports, actually. I am aware of all the Ackermans, and we all, pretty sure we're all aware of those as well. But I've actually had the privilege of playing with Yuki over there, and Yuki actually plays a pretty decent mid game right there. So I'm kind of excited to see how they play this game, but we're going to see a pretty intense match. But Rem, how are you doing?
You know, I'm doing great. I'm healthy. I'm alive. Can't complain, but I'm excited. I haven't casted in a while, so I'm kind of, like Coach Deku over there, getting back into the drift of things. But two strong teams, Ackerman going up against Prime Esports, and I'm hoping that Prime is definitely in their prime, especially going up against a team like Ackerman, right? We see some really heavy hitters on there. Nicolette's going to be in that mid lane, Zia in that gold lane, and Galaxy as well. So, but the thing about this team is that they have so much flexibility on their side. So I'm looking forward to see how this game and this draft is going to go.
Absolutely. I mean, who are you kidding, right? And right now, I think we actually could end up seeing some flexibility. Foe is out there right now, and I'm actually curious what he's going to be playing. I'm assuming maybe the roam, if things are going normal. I know Kush is in that jungle, like you said, in the gold, Nicolette mid, and Galaxy on the EXP. So I'm going to assume Foe's going to be playing roam, unless they're going to look to flex something else here. Not sure exactly where anybody else would be going. But like you said, this team is incredibly flexible, and not only with the roles, but also with the picks. You have some very nice pulls from both of these teams. I mean, if we're talking about it, right, the Zia, right, in the gold lane. He also played the mid lane. We see him in NACT, matter of fact. He subbed to the, or didn't sub, but he was moved over to the mid lane, right, to cover up. And that's been one of his strengths as well, is that in that gold lane, you never know if he's going to go for a traditional marksman or he could go for that mage pick.
I mean, we did see Zia and Foe, actually. This was the full lineup, aside from... I don't remember. There's one person missing over here, but they did sub in for Nicolette. And the thing is, being a flex player allows you to adjust very, very fast. And we see that very well with the good teams. But Farsa being banned out, and Rem, when's the last time you've seen a Farsa getting banned out? Maybe it's a respect ban for Nicolette.
Absolutely right. We do know she likes to play those high ground mages. She pops off on that Farsa, she pops off on the Eve. So they're kind of limiting her. I have noticed at the times that she has played the Valentina, something that requires her to kind of get up close and personal to the enemies. She kind of has a harder time. So I understand it in that aspect, right? But speaking of things to understand, that Diggy ban being cancelled out from the side of Ackerman here, and it's potentially going to be set up for a lot of potential engage, so we might see a Cho being picked up, something like the Atlas as well, or even that Grok, right? We do know Ackerman Kush is usually playing one of those more aggressive assassin type junglers, so if they can get a roamer with that set potential, they can kind of open the map up there for Zia to potentially pop off here. I do like what I'm seeing so far for the side of Ackerman.
Definitely. And something else that I'm seeing develop is, right, we have Kush over here potentially going to that jungle, and something that hasn't been banned out yet is that Fanny. That is definitely something he can look to pick up. They banned out the one on for Zia, but right now they could look to lock it in early here. This might be troublesome for the side of Prime.
Oh no. I am hoping that this Fanny doesn't get drafted into the hands of Kush. We have seen him play so many assassins, including that tank jungle as well, but is that what they're really going to slot in right now? They are still thinking, and Nicolette is going to actually lock in Faramis first, which is, I feel like, a good read, but Valentina is still walking, and I am sure maybe from the side of Prime Esports, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Valentina.
I mean, if you're going to leave a strong pick open, you have answers for it, right? So I think right now what Ackerman is doing, they're challenging Prime Esports. Yes, take the Valentina. We dare you. We have answers for it, right? Like I said, they're going to set up, again, first that heavy engage, and them securing the Faramis, knowing that Valentina is open. She's going to go ahead and be picked up here. But Ackerman, right? Locking in that Faramis, they have the cold altar, and what that's going to enable is for them to be aggressive even more for these team fights. Not only do they have one alive, they have this additional sustain, and again, I mentioned the Cho before early on. Zia going to pick that up. Not sure if he's going to be the one playing it in game, but man, I mentioned it. They're going for the aggression.
Your team is picking.
And potentially, right, we're going to have to stay in our seats. Can't just bet on it just yet, but hang on a minute. Hayes hovering over this Fanny. This is what we were expecting to go to the side of Akron with them being left open, but do they have the Fanny to do it? Chanting out from rim. But hold up, now they went to the layup. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. We gotta go for the opposite chance there. But some flexible picks right now. This Cho, this R-Lot, we know Arla can go into the jungle. It can play in the XP. Cho, we've seen Zia lock it into the jungle. It can go into that XP as well. It can go into that roam. But Melissa will be locked in. That's going to be a strong pick there, Eunice. But now they're moving into the ban phases. We're seeing some of the roles locked in potentially. What can be taken off the board here from both of these teams?
Fanny. I am so hoping for a Fanny ban right now because, I mean, aside from the wild charge coming in from Kuro and the Guardian's Barrier and the ultimate come from Melissa, go away. Literally, that's her ult name, right? It really denies that Fanny, but I don't. That's not something I want to give over to Kush, as that is one of his bread and butter picks on that assassin over there. But looks like doing a little bit thinking. Actually, bounce on a marksman, and are we potentially seeing Zia on Rome and Foe on that marksman? Because Foe actually played mage and marksman yesterday in the NACT, and Fanny actually gets denied by Ackerman instead of Prime Esports.
I'm kind of confused right now. Maybe it's because they were hovering it over there for the side of Prime Esports, right? But I don't like that Prime is trying to target ban Zia here. I understand the thought process behind it, but I think his hero pool runs way too deep to try and ban out these marksmen. I think you should focus on things that can kind of actually disrupt, that synergy from your team here, and potentially look for things that's going to make your composition kind of pop off right now. I would say it's balanced in this first half of this draft phase here, but I don't know, man. I think both drafts so far is looking pretty good. I like what I'm seeing so far.
And Danish left, they are going to go ahead and finalize that lance. We know Kush is a fan of the tanks a lot, can play it. Fanny's off the board now. 2 assassins off the board, but we can't forget he did recently earn his name Kushabusa because of his incredible performance with the Hayabusa and NACT. So that is still an option for him. It definitely plays extremely well into that Melissa. But I do have to say, right on that Fanny ban, I think it was more right on point what you said, Room. Cover it, and you do know, right? Red side gets that first pick right after the second half of the bans. So they might have just been wanting to go ahead and take that out of the off the board from them. They didn't want to let them take that Fanny, trying to wait on it, right, to go into the hands of Kush. Have some interesting picks that we can cover over from the side of Akura. We're just flashing the yin. Now we're looking at Hanzo, and Hanzo's been picking up a lot of popularity, not just out here in NA, but even overseas on the professional scene unit. So we could potentially see that get locked in.
Is it gonna be locked in? It's gonna be a Frederick getting locked in, and that Fanny ban, I feel like it's still respectable, right? They didn't have that first pick after that second ban phase, but Kush hovering over the season Shin. And is that something he wants to play? I really want to see a Haya being played right now, but he did earn the title Kushabusa. So we might see that coming out, but that is a tank jungler locking in by Cure, which is gonna be the Frederick. He did recently get a nerf there, but hold on. Kush going in for a Lunox jungle? Potentially? Rem? What are we thinking?
I mean, it can work, right? It does have the ability to burst down at the front line that's going to be coming in there. And they go ahead and lock it in. And I do like it. It's still an aggressive team. They lock in the Iratel that has the sprint that's going to be able to kite around the models that's going to be coming in from Melissa there, the frontline presence. She can kind of kite around Akura as well as Kuro, right? But then they also have the sustainability that's going to be coming in from Nicolette on this Cold Altar. And then you have the Cho for your peel, which I think is a pretty balanced overall composition. I do like the draft, but I do like the responses coming in from the side of Prime Esports as well. I think if they play their cards right and they're able to navigate through that early to mid phase game for Navi to come online on this Melissa pick, they can potentially take this game, because not only do they have more poke potential in that late stages of the match, they do have a Cold Altar at their disposal as well. So I think it's going to come down to execution. Now that both drafts have been locked in, who are you guys in favor of? Deku?
Honestly, I actually am kind of feeling the Prime Esports draft, but that's just off picks, right? Obviously, there is a bit of experience that with to go to the side of Ackerman that does play a factor in this, but I do like it. They have a lot of ways to force out important skills. You can force out that light ult from Kush. You can force out the Cult Altar from Nicolette here on the Faramis. You can maybe make Zia waste away a dragon, maybe to force an enemy away from himself or disengaged. Because when you have the Grok with the Wild Charge, the Walking Petrify that is Fredrin, you can Sean with that Furious Dive, or if he wants to commit to the Black Dragon, or even the Terrorizing Valentina. It's a lot of CC and a lot of damage that can be put out quickly to force them to go ahead and waste some of their utility. And mainly if they can get Nicolette to burn that Cult Ultra, that's going to be a huge W for their draft. And it's kind of why I like what they have going on.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to go ahead and start this draft. Ackerman versus Prime Esports. And now let's talk about, aside from these drafts, we also have to pay attention to that team synergy. Now, Ackerman has their full 5 lineup, but Prime Esports also has their full 5 lineup as well. So this is more so battle of that synergy, and we're going to see which synergy right now is going to be the better one here.
Absolutely right. We do see a lot of poke here in the mid lane. The Shadow Stampede with a double pull. Gonna go ahead and even out some of that damage being dished out in the mid lane. And I do like what they have for Prime Esports, having this Grok at their side. Faster rotations. We already see them helping out Haste there in that EXP lane.
Getting a lot to the EXP here. Hang on, Galaxy's in trouble. But first blood over to the hands of Prime Esports, and what a great rotation to go ahead and head for the XP when typically you'll see teams head for the gold lane early on in the match.
Looks like an early rotation coming down to that bot side over there, but look at Ackerman's setup working towards that top side, and Zia coming in with the flicker, misses.
Definitely wasn't really needed in my opinion, and didn't even connect with that G-Kundu. A Retribution coming out though. On the Kush, Kuro taking a little bit of damage here. Might have to be forced to use that flicker. Looks like he might be able to escape here. He's going to be okay. I'm just turning their attention around. On.
See, and that's the power
here, but hang on. Kush committed back to the Dark Chaos. Oh, he's going to be able to take out Fredge in there. That's right.
Ooh. Galaxy not looking too hot right now. Look at the setup coming in from Kush, and Zia is gonna get caught out, and that is the menace of that Lunox early game in Rem. Let me know what you feel about this Lunox. You are a mage player, so what are you feeling about this order in chaos coming in from Kush?
I mean, it's doing everything but providing order, right? It's mostly sparing that chaos. Easily going to go ahead and pick up that kill to her side here. We do see Zia as well as Nicolette putting some pressure here to the side of Prime Esports, not making their rotations be easy, right? We do see the Chaos Assault being popped in to take out this turtle that's going to go into the side of Ackerman.
You see the proxy of that turtle is going to go ahead into the favor. Oh, hold on, I wasn't. There's a little glitch out on my side. Did the turtle get picked up by Ackerman? Correct? I'm guessing Kush picked it up over there. Yes, it did. But look at the Shadow Stampede and Nicolette really being a huge menace in that mid lane there. Hold on, Guardian's Barrier coming out there. But the thing is with this mid lane matchup, right? Faramis is going to really body back all that membrane. Yes, Nicolette might not have the biggest damage up in that early game, but the more people that are grouped up, the more it really puts a menace in that mid lane. So not sure how they want to go about it, but the thing is on Prime Esports, they gotta stop grouping up when Nicolette's coming down that mid lane with the Shadow Stampede. But look at Hades drop down so low right there.
And that's the power of Galaxy on this Arla, right? We don't get to see him often, but when we do see him, the damage that he dishes out is insane. But speaking of things being dished out, we have the Dragon gonna connect there, but Zia in an uncomfortable position.
Caught out by the wall charge. Cold Ultrador from Nicolette to try to help him out. Does get forced. Lyco coming out as well. Z with the G-Kundu. They're trying to find the damage. Akura trying to stack up here, looking for that Appraiser Wrath potentially. Nicolette the Stampede, and hey, goes the Iracle jumping in with the heavy crossbow. Nicolette finding a kill on the Yuki, and there goes Kush finding a kill onto Akura. Nubby trying to join in. He finds Foe, and that's going to be a 2-for-2 between both of these teams. But hang on, Galaxy taking the 1v1 to Hades, and he's playing out of this world as he's going to be able to pressure in onto that bot side tower.
Absolutely, we did see Hades drop dangerously low, and Galaxy can go ahead and finish that up. But the kill is 5-4. The gold gap is actually not even that bad. The deficit's only about about 1k actually now leading into those kills right there. But we do see the punish with the Dragon.
That's come out from Zia, but Yuki is going to be able to flicker out at the last moment. Not going to hand over a kill to the side of Ackerman, but with that HP bar falling, he's going to have to go for the recall. With Turtle up, Ackerman can look to make a move on it. Zia, Kuro battling, jockeying for position over this river right now.
And the side of Ackerman is going to have the upper advantage here in terms of getting this turtle set up right. We do see that Akura is trying to get his red buff, and he's being zoned out by Zia right now. But look at the positioning coming in from Ackerman. Nicolette slowly making her way in.
And indeed, Zia trying to make a play potentially. Galaxy in the dive where the Dragon comes out, but that's going to be a huge wild charge. Appraiser Wrath. As Melissa's going to find a kill. Double kill to the gold laner for Nubby there. As Hades swinging a tower on the bot side. And with those 2 kills, and now looking to pick up this turtle. Prime Esports is running away a lot with this economy as Kush popping out with the Chaos Assault, but it's not going to be able to find the mark, not going to be able to find the kill. Just like he's going to contest for the turtle, though. He's not going to give this up for free. Nicolette, Shadow Stampede in. Retri Battle is won by 4, though. Light Ult is going to come out. It's going to be a killing spree to the hands of Kush here. He finds one. Double Cold Ultra popped out for one of these teams, but Hades coming in with the Black Dragon. Kuro finds Luminous. Now Nicolette in some trouble. Furious Dive is going to miss the mark. I'm still going to be able to find the kills. He takes down Nicolette as Nubby wins a 1v1 up at the top side with Foe. Prime Esports right now is giving one hell of a fight over to the side of Ackerman.
Absolutely. The rotations coming in from Prime Esports is fast. We did see that Yuzong was able to even rotate, but also push up that turret on the bot side over there on the side of Ackerman. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised, right? We do see Ackerman has that stable 5 lineup, but Prime Esports, not a team that we've heard, really, not really known, but Galaxy.
There goes that Flicker G-Condu, and then the Way of the Dragon just to finish off that kill, just to make sure Yuki doesn't make the escape, but now Zia all out of utility being cornered off by the members of Prime. As Hades is trying to zone off the rest of them. Furious Dodge going to miss the mark. Zia stuck in between that pit wall. Will he be able to get out? He is able to shampoo over. Colt ult the last second to save him, but now it's all wasted. Barrier goes out. Nicolette is trapped, but is able to phase right over that wall. As Kush from the backside is able to take out Hades, and then takes out Nubby as well. Double kill for Kush, the jungler for Ackerman, looking to put them in position to turn this game back around.
Jungler, that's looking like an assassin to me with the way that he's being able to secure these kills, right? But speaking of things being secured here, Retri gonna be popped.
They're trying to force that mid lane, but they might have overstayed their welcome. Over the wall Kush goes, but so is the Appraiser Raph. The core is gonna take down, and there goes right alongside with him now. Another double kill into the opposing jungler. Nicolette got the phase over that wall, gonna have to go ahead and disappear like the ghost she is. Zia let the cover over from the mid lane over into the bush. A little bit of showing, flexing that mobility that Cho has in his kit, but they have lost that battle in the mid side.
Which is not looking too good. Into the favor of Ackerman, their backs are up a little bit against the wall. The goalie is actually into the side of Prime Esports. And take a look at these items right now. Melissa's going to go ahead and be in that lead, already building 2 core items of Corrosion and the DHS. Demon Hunter Sword is going to get picked up, but we both see that the Valentina is also scaling beautifully as well with the clock getting built in. They're going for that full CDR build, but look at the mid side. Bo's not looking too good. We're going to have a Nicolette Shadow Stampede.
Death was a little bit of trouble. Zia is going to look to make a play here, potentially. Finds the G-Condu on Hades. Not in position for the Way of the Dragon. Melissa dishing out a little bit of poke, but not going to be able to find anything just yet. Looking like this mid-fight coming into a bit of a cold war. Neither team going to look to commit too much, but hang on. It tried to find the Grok, but he was CC immune. And now the re-engage from the side of Prime Esports. Ackerman might be in trouble. Colt Ultra has already been wasted. And now the Colt Ultra from the opposing side with Yuki with the IMU. Not able to find anything. An extended clash in that mid side, but both teams, again, coming up empty-handed.
Oh, we did see that Chaos Assault being popped there, but unfortunately that wall got into her way there, right? But we do see the power of this Melissa, and Eunice mentioned when she was going over the items that she was ahead, but speaking of things being ahead, Kuro.
Ooh, wild charge the last second. He's going to replace him, Way of the Dragon into the tower. He's taking too much damage. He's not going to be able to escape. Galaxy is going to find the kill. A huge shutdown into the XP lane from Ackerman. Someone's able to finally take a kill in that mid-side fight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And wow. Honestly, putting up a fight like this, especially this mid-river, like, screw the sides, but we do see Ordeon Chaos getting popped in by Kush. And honestly, these mid-fights look a little bit messy, knowing that they're not even trying to go for these sides, but now they are. There was a whole brawl situation, and Foe better be on the run with his horse, or it might just get caught out by Wild Charge. Ooh.
No chance.
I mean, doesn't she say, don't be lazy, Leo, run? Was he being lazy there, y'all?
Oh, where the dragon go?
But Zia putting in that work, nothing lazy from him with that Way of the Dragon. They're able to take out Yuki, so they do find a response trade, but we'll be able to pick up this mid tower. It's extremely low, just one attack. There it goes. The go away gets forced out from Nubby there on the Melissa, forcing out the ultimates, but has been forced into too many bad positions. He is 5-1, but Kush abusing the Luminous with that dark ult, spamming down the Lord, and that's going to be an easy pickup for the side of Ackerman.
I mean, Rem, let's have a little bit of a conversation here, right? We did see the kill is into the hands, but hold, we can't even talk. The way the drag comes in wild charge.
That's right. Kush trying to take out a Kuro. He will be able to find the kill. Kuro on the run. Now he's out of the S1. He has been taken out by Kush. The kill for him, and hang on a lot. But a lot of the damage with that final slash, but Hayes going to be able to escape. But they've lost 2 members. Minion Wave pushing up in the mid. Lord in the bot. Ackerman looking to reclaim a lot of territory on the map. There goes the tier 2. It will be taken down. Foe working with the Lord in unison on the bot side. He's going to look to take down that tier 2. And it looks like they're going to look to push in on this inhibitor potentially. They pop the passive. Hayes with the Furious Dive tries to make a play. Isn't going to be able to secure anything. And like we said, Foe's going to pick up that tier 2. So 2 of those level 2 towers are being taken out from the side of Prime Esports. The map is closing in for them. Looks like the rest of the team is starting to group up now. Ackerman looking to make a big push potentially with this Lord on that bot inhibitor. Zia wild charge is going to miss. Zia stuck from the wall. Both roamers in a bad position. Look at huge play here. He's all alone into the close door. He's going to be taken out by Foe. Lord was taken out as well. Was cleared. The inhibitor is 1 tap, ready to be taken out. But an aggressive play from Nubby. That's going to force the flicker out from Foe there. He's going to have to run. They have claimed a lot of territory. And only a little bit of resistance coming out from the side of Prime.
Ram, this is Deku's channel. I guess we're not talking. Oops. We're not talking. We can't have a simple conversation because these clashes are pretty strong. But Rem, were you expecting this team fight coming in from Prime Esports? Because honestly, they're actually putting up a decent fight right now, and the goal deficit's only looking at 2K. And actually, they were in a lead for a little bit, especially in that 5-minute mark. So, what are your thoughts right now?
I mean, I did say that they were going to have an easier time in terms of the poke coming in, right? But speaking of poke and peel coming in, Zia, being a constant annoyance, is he going to be bursting down here? Yes, he is. And you mentioned it, Eunice. They're having answers for the aggression coming in from the side of Ackerman, and I like what I'm seeing.
You do, right? But the thing is, maybe they're getting a little bit too overconfident right now, right? We are looking at the 13-minute mark. Zia was trying to look for something that concealed play, but Hero, the Grok.
Oh, Galaxy over the wall. He's going to be in trouble. Here comes Hayes to back up the team. Make it double with the Black Dragon form. Foe needs to be careful. He's been spotted out. They've taken out Nicolette. Now they're looking to push down to the mid tower. They can go ahead and make the plays, make the trade right along with their side. And right now, a little bit of awkward movement going on. Keep an eye on Kush up at the top of your map. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing with that positioning, but hang on, Nubby taking out immediately. Zia not going to be able to find anything as well, but hang on, Kush with this rotation, he may be setting up for a pick-off. They're looking for the retreat. There goes Yuki, he's in trouble, and there goes Kush. The patience pays off. He finds the pick-off. Now Akura in trouble. He's been cut off for the rotation. Only Nub is going to be able to go for the recall, but no. He's going to stay exactly where he is. Akura, though, is going to be taken out. Nubby, they're going to stay around the Lord Pit. Brock moving up. Kuro's going to look to try to maybe provide some vision. Nubby needs to be careful here. This is a potential 2v4. Do they have all that they need? You can see he's trying to make the rotation over, but Zia has found Nubby has kicked him away out of the Lord Pit for any potential contest. The way, or the goal away there, but Galaxy's trying to put on the damage, and Hades is going to be able to facilitate a kill, be able to shut him down. But again, Lord picked up by Ackerman, looking to make a final siege, a final push to potentially end this game.
Remind me what Melissa's ult name is.
What is?
Remind me what Melissa's ult name is.
Oh, go away. Go away.
Oh yeah, that's what she said to Galaxy.
She said we preserve the Earth here, okay? We don't want to talk about the galaxy right now. That's the job of NASA, not Prime Esports. And I do like that they're having some answers here, right? But speaking of answers, look at Zia again with the conceal play.
Ooh,
That's going to find a kill on the Yushong there. It's going to be... That is a nice pick. Bot inhibitor has been taken down from the side of Ackerman, looking for an aggressive push. They found the mid inhibitor as well. Can they find the 3-piece here? Will they be able to find the top inhibitor? Or are they going to look just poised for the end? Push dodge again aggressively. Wild charge coming from Grok. Will they be able to outlast them? Double cold comes out, but the Nexus is being focused in right now by Foe. Will they be able to hold the defense? Someone has to find Foe here, but no one's able to hold them back. Ackerman, and a fight for this best of one will come out on top.
Beautiful game that we just saw here. We're looking at that 15-minute mark, and let's take a look at these stats real quick. Kush locking in with the MVP, and he really played that patient game. And just like Rem loves to call it, we're gonna give him that A+ over there with the MVP and a little bit of an A. But Rem, run down these stats for me.
Now, we do see a lot of team fight participation coming in from the side of Ackerman here in particular, right? We're going to focus on that jungler, that roamer, and that mid laner here, as we all see that their synergy was very much in top full, having that objective gaming mindset with that 57% tower damage, and that's, equal on both of these gold laners, and we do see Nubby as well, being able to get that 61% tower damage there that helped open up that map, right? So it's a pretty close kill game here, 17 to 19, but overall composition going in favor of Ackerman here, and it's gonna come down to Kush on this jungle, man. The damage that he was dishing out, the sets coming in from Zia as well, and Nicolette being that damage dealer at 29%, and then adding that additional sustainability for them during these team fights, right? So good game coming in from both sides, but good win for the side of Ackerman.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect can only trigger once every so often on the same target. The revamped Minsithar not only retained his powerful utility, such as shutting down high mobility heroes, but also received a considerable boost in damage with the new Shield Assault. Pro tips. Since Spear of Glory stuns enemies hit by the tip, aim the end of the skill indicator at the target to more easily pull them in. Anticipate when the enemy burst is coming, and use Shield Assault to minimize damage taken. Shield Assault's enhanced basic attacks benefit from attack speed, so Minsithar with a damage build can have incredible bursts in the late game. Target key heroes with King's Calling to cripple their mobility in battle. Combo tips. When laning, use Spear of Glory to pull enemy heroes in, then Shield Assault to slow and cut them down with rapid strikes. In teamfights, try to pull as many enemy heroes as possible with Spear of Glory, then use King's Calling to restrict their movement, and finish with Shield Assault for huge damage. Tactics. Minsithar should focus on farming in the early to mid game. Use Shield Assault to reduce incoming damage or to quickly clear out minion waves.
Alright, welcome back guys. This is going to be the match 6 of the night. I believe we have 1 or 2 more matches coming up, but this match is going to be between the Empire, which is an NACT top 8 team currently competing, just like Ackermans, and also against Whiplash. Shout out to Dez, I know you're out there, so welcome you guys. And on the caster's desk, I believe we have Coach Deku, Can You Breathe? We got Eunice and also Rem. So how are you doing today, Rem? Or Eunice?
I'm doing great. You know, thank you for asking.
Awesome.
I'm hyped for this game, right? Both these teams competed in NACT. Like you mentioned, Empire still up there looking for that spot. So I'm excited to see how this is gonna, you know, go on both sides. What about you, Eunice?
I'm kind of laughing at myself, but this is 2 really good teams, Empire versus Whiplash, and we are looking at really good players. But Deku, let's talk about these bans, though.
Talk about them, man. I don't even care about the band. It's the matchup for me. We see these traditional bands fan around Miss Kaja, Glue, Minty, okay, whatever. But this matchup is insane, right? Both of these teams faced off in NACT. Obviously, as you can probably guess, Empire ended up winning that matchup up against Whiplash. But I have been really close over here with Dez. They have been working. They've been grinding. They've been trying to pick up some new players, work on the roster a little bit. They've been putting in a lot of practice. So this is going to be a really crazy rematch for me to see in between both of these 2 teams.
Now, you're right. You know, I'm excited. And I know some of these players as well. I know Euphoria there. He loves this Valentina pick. So she's open. I can 100% put my money that they're gonna pick up this Valentina as it is one of their comfort picks, right? That's there. He is one of those, good junglers that we do have here in NA. I tune into his streams as soon as that notification goes live. So I'm excited to see him, perform in this match. But I can't also count out the Empire. I think to have your team name called the Empire, you have to show that the Land of Dawn is for y'all's taken, right? But speaking of things to be taken, Jordan gonna lock in this joy.
I hope this Joy does have that good success rate, but Euphoria is gonna go ahead on that mid lanes and lock in that Valentina. And Valentina being able to copy the electrifying beats. Ooh, this might be a very interesting draft that we're gonna be waiting for, but we still do have a lot on the table still open, and I wonder how side of Whiplash is gonna respond, because Alex's bread and butter Martis is still walking. Mind you, Alex got a Maniac with his Martis against BTK. So is that something they really want to give up here? But looks like Dez is going to go ahead and pick that up away from Alex.
And not a single worthy foe.
That's right. They do go ahead and deny that from them, and we have seen them prioritize that a lot in NACT behind Coach YUWEI's kind of his drafting things. It's really been what they locked in a lot. And like you said, it did find good success, had a Maniac in one of those matches. This led the way for them more often than not and in their NACT appearances. But now they're going to be forced to try to adjust that draft a little bit. We see Demon hovering over that Gujin, one of the comforts for him in that mid lane. Had a great performance last time up against Hoon. They ended up losing the match, but he did show some potential there to be an exceptional mid laner. He's going to go ahead and lock in that Farsa for the side of Empire here.
And I do like the mid lane matchup, right? Usually when you see this Valentina, the Farsa is a direct response, and we do see Demon picking that up. And I do like it. I do think it offers that zoning potential. I do think with her overall kit, it offers a lot more than Valentina stealing it with the IMU. I do think, yes, she has some burst and zoning potential for her team, but I think Farsa gets the job done a little better, right? Because it is her. But we are seeing Kevo locking this Franco here. That suppression is for the joy. The only other one being Akaja being banned out. So I do like that won't pick. But they have to secure an EXP laner that can kind of bush check. Franco, yes, he's a tank, but he's not one of those roamers that can kind of just go all in and sustain damage for so long, because the moment he uses that Iron Hook, the only other option is that Bloody Hunt. And when he uses that Bloody Hunt, he's immobile, he's locked in place, and he could just be bursted down. So they do need a little bit more sustain coming in from the side of Whiplash here. But speaking of things being banned out, they banned out the Lolita. Another great response, right? But I'm looking to see how the Empire is going to respond to the second phase of the draft.
We are still looking at Alex in that jungle position, still looking for a tank fighter jungle. And Mars just got denied by Dez, right? But that Lolita getting banned out, not really sure what that was for. Maybe they still have their marksman open, yes, but looks like they were trying to ban out the Lolita to kind of block out any projectile basic hits with her little shield there. Barat is also going to get denied as well, kind of limiting Alex's pull here. And with on top of that, Claude, right? Big backline nuisance is going to go ahead and get banned out, but Alex is going to go ahead and finalize the last ban.
It was definitely a great ban from the side of Whiplash, because over here on the side of Empire, right, having to go up against the smartest and what they have as far as their composition, at first I was thinking about the Akai, right? And then I saw the Valentina. I'm like, well, they can't really go for that unless you want to offer up the heavy spin. And so the next best option I was going to go for was the Barats. That would have been a great answer to the Martis. It would have been great to alleviate any pressure for giving up an ultimate to Valentina. That would have been viable, I guess you could say, for her to pick up. But they banned it out, and now they're going to have to adjust, I feel like, one more time, because I definitely think that was going to be one of their next options there in that jungle. So Alex is going to be having to figure out what exactly can deal with this Martis pick and with the rest of the members here from the side of Whiplash, because they have a Franco, right? And I'm not sure if Alex really dips over into the assassin side, so that's even something that's a little hard to pull off here. They do have the Kufra, so they might still look for something here on the assassin pool, potentially with Reckless on the Koof, but we'll have to see. Like I said, the options are kind of dwindling down for the side of Empire.
Absolutely right. But while the options are being limited, I do think they're gonna have an easy time in this game because Cavo's main job this match is gonna be to lock on this Jordan here. We are seeing the Hanzo being locked in by Alex. And you mentioned in the previous draft that he's kind of been making his way back up into the meta. And I like this Hanzo pick, right? Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
I was about to say they don't have anyone that can kind of get to his real body, but Whiplash locking in his fanny, taking the words out of my mouth and saying, no, we have an answer for it. So I'm excited to see how this game is going to go.
Now, Fanny is going to be a big issue, like you said. Once Alex pops that Pinnacle Ninja, he has no control over his body unless someone is watching it. And Best Guy over there locking in that Fanny might be a little bit of an issue. Same goes for Kokomi and Demon, as they're very squishy heroes in that early game. But we are going to go into this match. Going to be Empire versus Whiplash, the match that everybody has been waiting for. And Deku, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, this is going to be an interesting match. I feel like with this Hanzo versus the Martis, and then you got that XP Fanny that you just never know how that's going to pop off for her to turn out. It could be like the Fanny that we saw recently tonight. It could be like the Fanny that we got to see from players like Lamita from HLA. But that's a quick hook there in that mid lane flicker from Kevo there. Didn't force the flicker out from Demon, but already showing the threat that he can offer up for his team. But if I'm looking at these compositions, if I'm looking at these drafts, and what could potentially happen here, I'm not sure. I really do like the side of Whiplash, but I love a Hanzo pick. I might have to rock with Alex here on it, but I think I'm going to give it up over to Whiplash, man. They've been grinding and working. I've been watching them in the 5-man, so I feel like maybe they can edge this out here up against Empire.
See, I agree, but I also don't agree with some of this early utility being wasted there, right, Bud? Speaking of things being wasted, Fanny going in.
Right, Alex is in trouble here, and that's the thing about the Hanzo, have a lot of mobility, but Best Guy, not looking like the best Fannies. He's going to be taking down First Blood into the hands of Demon on the far side. The character might be blind, but Demon, eyes on the prize here. Reckless, and a little bit of trouble now with Kevo and Euphoria. Stacking up the Terrify has been landed. Reckless might be forced to use the Flicker. Demon just in time. Reckless going right back in, though, with a knock-up. And now here comes Hanzo. He does have that level 4, does have that ultimate. The Iron Hood comes out, but he can't keep Alex off of him. He's going to be able to find the kill. Take down a member. Euphoria now being worked on top of as well. Gonna miss the mark with the S2, but the S1 from Alex. A bit of damage for now. With the recall, Empire taking away off with the kills.
Now let's focus on that top side. Kokomi dropped dangerously low from Rampage on this Beatrix, but Dez already working his way. Decimation will be unlocked very soon. Putting Kokomi in a very scary spot. Gonna go ahead and back off, but this Joy up against his Fanny, not having the greatest time down there, but the turtle has been spawned right now, and looks like Reckless is doing a little bit of a stallage in the mid lane, knowing that this turtle is going to be another dance. But look at Alex!
Alex here, he is trying to secure that blue buff, like Dez was able to run away with that one. No, Alex was actually able to pick that up. Or no, I'm confused here. He didn't actually pick up that blue buff, so it was able to lock that in with that retribution. But hang on, Kevo in trouble there. Reckless lands in Tyrant's range. He's 1 HP. He's going to fall to the hands of Joy here from the side of Empire. Euphoria all alone there, and the recall is coming out from Empire. They know they have this turtle secured, and they have it won, losing the blue buff, but picking up the neutral to the side of Empire.
But they're not. We saw them like with this aggression here, and like I said, Demon on this Farsa has that zoning potential, and we did see Euphoria picking up that Tyrant's Fury there, which is not the ultimate that she wanted, so she had to go ahead and cancel that out. But I do like the aggression coming in from the side of Empire right now, playing this game slowly, taking it patient, and they're not forcing anything. But speaking of things being forced, they're gonna go ahead and try to secure this blue buff.
Absolutely, but some action going on here in the mid-side. Euphoria in trouble. Reckless is going to be able to find that kill. More action going on, though. A Bloody Hunt was landed. Iron Hook missed, but a Nurbu patch for Rampage on the side. Going to make Reckless fall down there in that tower. And that's going to be a 1-for-1. Neither team getting a clear advantage, but here comes Joy and a Feather Airstrike as well. Really going to take out Best Guy. Has just barely enough energy to get out of there with those steel cables. But hang on. Alex looking to cancel out the recall. He jumps on Kevo. He's going to be able to pick up the kill, but I'm wondering why he didn't go for the Fanny there, going for the 1v1 for Euphoria, but with a Terrify, not going to have enough to win Rampage, though. Damage low. Kokomi is in the eyesight of Fanny, in the eyes of the best guy. He's going to be able to take him down using that Corrosive Strike, but it's not going to be enough to escape the cutthroat that comes out here from Best Guy.
But look at that top side, Reckless.
Ooh, Reckless winning that 1v1 there. Fanny was already low HP, able to trade out Kokomi. They're not going to let that go unanswered. And now potentially pressuring into the tower. They have this Hanzo here, but a nice Iron Hook, a nice Bloody Hunt, and a great follow with Ibru's Passion, but not able to find the kill. Reckless narrowly escaping with his life. Euphoria trying to close the distance, but just not enough in the tank to reach and be able to find that kill.
Looks like Alex is going to deny that little gold crab over there, but look at Kokomi already doing a lot of cleanup with that lane share coming in from Demon and Kokomi. And this Fanny has been going around the map multiple times. Look at that Joy already looking to deny that blue buff away from Dez over there, but pick off on Kevo going to the hands of Kokomi now. The neutral objective is up, and look at them already starting that turtle.
Absolutely, they are working on that neutral eject. It's going to go into the hands of Empire uncontested. They are up on a 2k gold lead right now. Neither team has picked up a tower, but it seems with these fights and with the turtles, Empire was able to secure themselves a little bit of a distance as far as the economy goes. Ooh, Euphoria finding a kill onto Demon there, courtesy of Kevo with the Iron Hook Bloody Hunt combination. Right now, Kevo, he's got 4 deaths, but he's been a major cornerstone for some of these kills that Whiplash has been able to pick up in some of these team fights. But hang on, another clash over the top side. Dez with the Mortal Coils, looking to take out Kokomi, bro. He's in some trouble here. Decimation and a Retribution. He's going to be able to find the kill, but Alex is going to look to try to return this out as Rampage finds the tower. The fight goes on, though, but look, Kevo looking for the body of Alex. He goes back, gets caught by the Iron Hook, and now Rampage looking to take him out here, but he's diving into the backline of all the members. Trying to airstrike drop on top of him, forcing out the flicker. 1 HP. Joy is going to look to find the kill over the wall. And then there's Rampage up here at the castle. That's his best guy. Takes out Demon, gets caught though. The magic ball of Cooper. Alex is going to trade him out. That's going to be a jungler taking out Euphoria though, looking to find the body. Joy still in the ultimate. He's going to use that to disengage. Alex is going to find the double kill. Not going to let Euphoria go anywhere just yet. It looks like the side of Empire wins out in the battle, dragging from the top side over to the mid.
Which is a lot of fight potential that just happened in that short span. And actually, I was kind of laughing, right? Euphoria using the electrifying beats, but Feather of Heaven.
That Bloody Hunt was actually huge. Almost being able to escape was Kevo, but will be traded out immediately. But that's a roam for a marksman. You take that trade any time of the day. If you're the side of Whiplash, Joy tried to find the trade out. Didn't have just enough in those beats to find the kill. Reckless with the knockup is going to help him be able to disengage over the tower. But hang on, Alex back in again with Hanzo, and this is the threat that is him. That ultimate so low on the cooldown, 12 seconds at best. Is able to keep getting back into these fights, but there goes Fanny, the opposite, the opposing assassin, able to find the kill, takes down Joy. That's a 1-for-1 so far. But hang on, Farsa with the rotation, Reckless as well in the gold lane. Will be able to spot out Rampage in time. No, going to be able to recall, and that's going to conclude that fight down on the bot side of the map.
Now we do see the gold lead going to the side of Empire, and Fanny not having the best time with that Kufra's magic ball up there, but Alex still for a hunt with that Pinnacle Ninja. He's going to use that to go ahead and clear the minions. But let's take a look at these items really quickly. We do see Farsa starting to scale as long with that Valentina. Looks like she's going to go for a full CDR, but she is not going for that clock build that we usually normally see. Beatrice locking in with the first item is going to be that BOD, but Alex prevailing with that gold there. Almost sitting at 6k, highest amongst all right now. Turtle being picked up by Reckless, or not Reckless, Alex once more. And that is all 3 getting picked up, but Pinnacle Ninja is going to do a little bit of chip damage on Kevo over there. But not looking too much. But look at the potential setup right now from Reckless. But I feel like Deku, when we're talking about these team fights, look how much they're being patient with the team fights, right? We are looking at Empire and Dez's team, right? Whiplash, they are taking these team fights one by one, slowly, little bit at a time, and they are making sure they're only taking the fights they can handle. So what are we thinking, Deku?
Thinking right now, the side of Whiplash needs to find a way to get Rampage back in this game, but hang on here. They're going to be able to take out Huevo from the side of Empire. That's a huge pick off, and now Euphoria left all alone. Going to be forced away from the tower, and Kokomi can look to take down that tier 2 and close in that map just a little bit more as they're looking to squeeze out the life from Whiplash in this match.
Absolutely. Now that was a little bit of a skirmish towards that mid lane up to that bot side over there, but the neutral Lord is about to come up in about 40 seconds, and I feel like they're gonna go for a hero first, but Alex still being a nuisance with that Pinnacle Ninja, putting a lot of pressure on these lanes. But look at that top side, the setup here.
See Joy get into a little bit of trouble there, was able to get picked off before that turtle, but hang on, Reckless looking for a big set, but he gets canceled on the Tyrant's range rising to Dez with that mortal coils, but now he's able to land it, but the damage has already been split away from him in that fight. They found 2, looking for 3 here. Reckless is dangerously low, but here comes Alex, Pinnacle Ninja in. Dez with the mortal coils looking to evade some of that damage. Rampage and him 1-2 combination, go ahead and take him out. Reckless with a huge another knock up there, where they able to find the kill. Euphoria tries to take out Demon, but he's going to lose into that fight in the jungle. He's going to be taken out, and Demon will narrowly escape with 1 HP.
Now, I like the response that I'm seeing coming in from Whiplash right now. That Fanny with that pressure is actually being put on. But speaking of pressure here in the mid lane,
we are seeing them put on that pressure onto Joy here. He's going to be able to do just enough to hold off that mid tower just a little bit longer from the clutches of Whiplash. But there is a Lord on the map. The neutral objective is in play. And it looks like Empire, knowing that they have the advantage right now with Fanny in the top, looking to quickly burst this down and pick it up for their side.
And the thing is with Hanzo, you do scale towards that late game. Even though he has that Demon Slayer, he's going to go ahead and take up a lot of this farming. He's going to get a pick off on top of that on Rampage on this Beatrix. But this is looking really well for the side of Empire. We don't really see Hanzo getting drafted into these rank matches, especially in these tournament settings. But Rem, you're a huge fan of this Hanzo getting picked up earlier. You really liked it, and looks like it's really showing right now. But we do see Fanny doing a little bit of damage. A little bit scary. But Rem, what are you feeling about Alex running this Hanzo, knowing that he's more of that tank fighter area?
Now, I'm feeling as good as he is right now. His KDA is 604, and that's because Whiplash doesn't have that backline pressure I wanted for them. They slotted in this Fanny in that EXP lane, and we see it not being profited. But speaking of profit, Euphoria gonna be sent to sleep right now, but an engage from Reckless.
Alex found one, Reckless set up for the other. Fanny trying to trade it out. There's a 2-for-2 on the map right now. Brody and Kokomi, Fanny, Joy, best guy. They're looking to try to pick up this last kill. He's going to be able to find it. Alex now joining into the fray. What's the best guy doing? Standing still in the bush. They think he was safe. No way, Jose. He gets taken out from Joy here. And now we're seeing both of these teams in that extended fight. No one really got the advantage there. But Whiplash still in this game, able to find trade in these team fights. They still have a chance up against Empire if they can punish these mistakes that they are making in those extended fights.
A good defense coming in from Whiplash, was able to deny that Lord getting pushed in, but that is only inhibitor turrets left up. But look at Jordan over there with electrifying beats.
And right now, you're seeing Alex right now doing what Hanzo does best, and that's being an annoyance with that low ultimate on the cooldown there, able to keep going into the fight, in and out, and the side of Whiplash is having a hard time figuring out how to deal with it. They don't have a lot of CC to hold that shot. Oh my goodness. Steven gets hit by a Mack truck here by Rampage, but they're going to have to find a way to deal with Hanzo, have to deal with Alex here, and either they're going to have best guy hunt this Hanzo down like no other, or they're going to have to wait and try to deal with that as a team, as a collective, to get him out of there. And now he's using to clear the towers, and then the dive on Euphoria. And that's what I'm talking about. This Hanzo is so versatile. They have to find a way to stop it.
Absolutely right. But I also want to harp on this Valentina pick for the start of Whiplash. I think that the electrifying beats is not the ultimate that she wants to steal, right? Use this feathered airstrike at your disposal. Once Franco lands that bloody hunt, you're not going to burst them down. You're not Joy. You're not capitalizing off of her passive or what she has to offer as a hero. Get that feathered airstrike. Get the additional burst damage that we know can come from Valentina, right? The point of slotting a Valentina is to get some of that additional, outplaced potential. And we're not seeing that coming in from her. The KDA not looking too good. And the optimization of the hero as well is not looking that well either, right? Who is the damage? Who is that burst coming in? Fanny is MIA for half the match, and she's going to be torn apart from the torn apart memories. So they need some additional damage for the side of Whiplash. But speaking of damage, Reckless.
So able to connect with that Tyrant's range, but it's on the Martis. Mortal Coil trying to get out of there. Alex is looking to take him down with the S1. Dez is dangerously low with HP, but hang on, Swords Rampage. He gets taken out by Kokomi there. Alex finds the kill on the Martis. That's a jungler down, a marksman down, a roamer down from the side of Whiplash, and now things are closing in. It's not looking so good. Joy finds the kill on Euphoria, and that's a 5-man wipeout by Empire. I heard those boys like to play chess. Well, this is checkmate. GG, well played.
Absolutely. Now that wraps up that match that everyone's been waiting for. Empire versus Whiplash. We're going to have to give that A+ to Alex. 805. Not a traditional pick that we usually see coming in with that Hanzo, but Kokomi right up on the runner-up. Same with Jordan over there. But Rem, talk about these stats for me.
Before I get into the stat, the side of Whiplash, they had so much potential, right? I just feel that they weren't able to successfully capitalize off of the composition coming in from Empire. And this is why it's important for you guys to keep up with history. Because if you aren't caught up with history, it's going to repeat itself. You have to have answers for the mistakes that was made in the past. So in the future, you don't and prevent those things from happening again. The side of Empire having that engage from Reckless on the school front, they had the burst damage coming in from Demon with the fetid airstrikes, the stuns as well. And then you have Jordan on this Troy who's able to put a lot of pressure onto that back line. Not only Joy being able to do that, but Alex as well, right? Kokomi having an easier time there. As he, was able to just capitalize and have a free game in this match. And again, I really don't like the drafting coming in from the side of Whiplash right now. I do think that they already lacked engaged by slotting Kevo on this Franco. They needed an EXP laner, and yes, Fanny can, but they lacked out on that sustainability, and unfortunately, they paid a price for it.
What a great match, guys. Congratulations to Empire moving up to the next round. Good luck, Whiplash, maybe next time. Now, for our next match coming up, it is going to be that match 7 coming in. MTY Esports. Apparently, this is a MPL team coming in from the South America region. And then we also have Legacy, which is a tournament type of team coming up. They also played in the NACT. So we will be right back as we set up for the match.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First,
Banning.
All right, guys, welcome back. We have MTY on the right side, Team Red, that MPL South American team. And on the left side, we do have Legacy coming in. Now on the caster's desk, we do have Rem and Coach Deku. Coach Deku, how you doing today? This is the third time I'm asking you this, but...
Well, I mean, it gets better and better, I guess, the longer the nights go on. We got Legacy up against which was this team again that Doctor's on?
Legacy and MTY. So Doctor, yeah, Doctor is actually like well known around here, but apparently it's a South American MPL team.
Well, that's interesting. Crossing the border over here to play in this tournament. Will maybe able to prevail? I don't know, but Rim up here on the caster desk with me. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts on this great match ahead of us?
You know, I'm feeling great, and I'm excited to see the North America versus the South America, right? I want to see which one of them has the upper edge. So Legacy, you kind of have a lot of pressure on your back right now in this game to kind of, you can't let the foreigners, quote unquote, come and, dominate in our region, right? You have to assert that dominance and show them that, okay, we have to come through us if we want to reside here. So I'm excited to see how Legacy is going to perform, but I'm also excited to see how these FPL competitors are going to perform in this match, right? We do see this Martis being banned out, as well as this Joy. Joy was walking last game. She wasn't really walking, right? She was kind of running all the way to that back line and just asserting that dominance and that pressure that she's known for. So very standard ban so far.
They are standard, but if I know anything to expect from a team like Doctor, maybe those drafts are going to get a little spicy with him over there. Not sure if he's leading the way. Really very unsure about this roster in general. Like YUWEI said, this is a MPL team apparently over there from that Latam region. So not too much info on them, not too much insight, but doing a little about the side of Legacy. This does have players such as Who is Peter, a great mid laner that I do believe came over from Indo a while back. So a bit of an import player over there, right, for the side of Legacy there. Jolie don't care, Ken don't care. A couple players or names that I've seen before as well from this team. I'm not sure who the last two are. I'm not sure if maybe they just had some name changes or not. But those first three up there from the side of Legacy are definitely some staple names that I've seen around in the North American community. So I'm expecting some great performance from them. I know they scrim a bit. They play a lot. They're very consistent players in their roles. So it's going to be a great match to see, especially up against whatever team that Doctor has concocted to be at an MPL level.
Absolutely, right? They have been putting in that work, as you said. I think they recently launched their server, and they've been working towards building that synergy for the side of Legacy here. You mentioned Peter as well, being one of those stronger mid laners. I'm excited to see how he is going to perform, up against a team of this caliber for MTY there. But looking at the bans right now for the side of Legacy, very aggressive heroes being taken out. But also, the same could be said for NTY, right? Denying one of those suppression on the board, but Whoopi, they're going to go ahead and lock in this glue as the prior pick for the side of Legacy.
Right, they did lock in that glue there. You know, I talked about it earlier before, glue being up that first pick. There are options actually able to deal with them, but the win rate speaks for itself. It is a very consistent pick, no matter what. It seems to be able to do extremely well across all the regions, whether it's on the amateur level as well, all the way up to the pinnacle of professional gameplay. Very nice to work with. It has a strong pickoff, strong capabilities in the lane, and then as well has a great playstyle in those team fights. Like I said, to be able to pick off and get to the back lines and set up some easy kills for the team.
Absolutely. And speaking of setups here, this Walking Petrify going to be locked in by Ken on this Fredrin, and I would like to see them potentially slot into Melissa here for the side of Legacy. I do think going up against this Brody, she'll be able to have that lane pressure. She also has to go away for when Lapu decides to jump on her, because he's going to be focusing on that back line, right? And just having that go away at their disposal is an option. But I do like the Claude as well. You know, I'm not too sure if he's going to have an easier time in that laning phase, but when it comes to getting into that backline, he will have an easier time as the game scales on. But Spin here, gonna go ahead and lock in this Fanny.
You know, I think this Claude is going to be susceptible to a lot of problems now, right? The laning phase is going to be a little rocky up against the Brody. I mean, Claude doesn't necessarily have horrible lanes, especially once he's able to get that level 4, get that Blazing Duet, ult the wave, get out wherever he needs to go and handle his business as far as rotations are backing back to the Nexus or to the Fountain. But when you have an issue a little bit in the laning phase where you don't have a winning lane, then you have to deal with Lop later on. Once he gets 4 into those backsides, it's going to be forcing him to use that BMI prematurely, or maybe when he doesn't want to use it to reach the back line with that Blazing Duet. And then you have, as well as the Fanny, Spinetta here, which is a very scary name for someone to be locking in Fanny, to also deal with. So there's a lot that this Claude is going to have to deal with, and I feel like maybe they should have waited on that gold. Maybe they were scared of it being banned out since they did lock in their Brody. But again, this opens up a lot of like issues for this Claude right here, because those first 3 picks are just nothing that Claude really wants to deal with.
Now, I do understand why they would pick him up, though, right? The Valentino was banned out for the side of Legacy. So one of the strongest mages that we've seen is this Farsa. So if the side of MTY decides to go for that high ground mage, even the Yves, if they decide to pick that up, Claude is a marksman. If he has his way during the early stages of the match, right, whatever miracle or, you know, top tier gameplay coming in from Jolie there, he's going to be able to target those immobile mages while they're, you know, kind of stuck in position to dish out that damage, right? But you mentioned with that BMI, he also has mobility. Yes, he's going up against a lot, but Claude's passive, getting that additional movement speed, he can kite around, and then he has the BMI, he can teleport around. So I do think there is still options for this Claude here, and I do think it's strong, right? He's one of those ADCs that can build some defense, both physical and magic, to be a, you know, standard. And once he has his standard combo there with that core items, he is going to have the damage as well, right? And that's not accounting for the frontline pressure coming in from Ken on this Fredrin, as well as Whoopi on this glue, right? And right now, he doesn't have any counters on this glue. So he is also going to have an easier time as well in terms of zoning. So I do like the draft coming in from a Legacy.
It's interesting, right? You were pointing out a couple of reasons to support that Claude pick, being one of them to deal with those high ground mages, Farsa specifically. And it seems they went ahead and banned it out from their side. So a bit of an interesting thing there. Now that that has been taken out the way, it looks like it kind of weakens the argument a bit while they locked in the Claude. So now I'm even a little more confused, if you will. It seemed like you might have provided a bit of an answer there at a second. At the first glance, it kind of made sense, right? After you were talking about banning out that Valentina and whatnot, but then you ban out one of the mages that Claude actually can perform well into. But with that being said, though, we're talking about mages. Peter is hovering over this Eve, an incredible Eve player in his own right, and you're comboing that in with Lolita. That is an impressive setup for team fights right there. Claude, Lolita, the Eve. I mean, those 3 alone can probably take on a nice 3v4, a 3v5 potentially, just with the utility that they have alone, the engage, the disengage that they can provide for each other. It's an extremely well thought out finalization for the composition. Then you have things like Fredrin and Glue as well. You know, Lolita Eve can really play around this Claude. You can send Fredrin in, send Glue in, or even if you want, maybe just if you're going for the pickoffs, let those 2 kind of lead the way if you're avoiding the team fights. It's a lot of flexibility that this team has as far as their play style.
Absolutely right. And the reason for the Farsa ban, they wanted to secure this Eve. We do know that Farsa can outzone her and still hit her without being in range of that real world manipulation, right? So I do still think it's a very understandable and solid ban coming in from the side of Legacy here. But now that the overall draft has been completed, I'm going to give it to the side of Legacy. I do think their overall composition has a lot of team fight oriented gameplays, right? But looking at MTY, 100% a pick-off composition. You run this Kagura in the hands of Destiny here in that mid lane, running with that execute as well, right? And then you have this Kufa here as well. So once he gets those engages, I like it. I think it's a very solid draft. If they're able to get some pickoffs before the initial team fights happen for objectives, it's going to go in their favor. But overall team fight sustainability, I'm going to give it to the hands of Legacy.
I can agree with you more. I'm definitely feeling Legacy, especially at this level of competition. We know that late game, even in that mid game, typically gets reached, and with that comes those team fights. And that's when you have to look at your composition. You have to see, are we even capable of taking those type of things, those kind of 5v5s? And I feel like I said Legacy is absolutely 100% ahead of the ball game when it comes to those 5v5 clashes. But I really think it's going to come up to how Spinetta can perform on this Fanny. If he's going to be able to break away and create a great opening from the snowball with, that might put Legacy in a bit of a deficit. But we already know that's kind of on a timer. It's a ticking time bomb. You only have so long to execute before you become a little bit more than just a lane sweeper.
Absolutely, right? They have to try and close out this game early. And they have the composition for it, right? They have the stuns, they have the engages, and they also have the burst that's going to be coming in from Destiny on this Kagura, right? But kind of things being bursted down. You see this side of Legacy focusing on this gold lane, but up in that top side,
we are seeing a gathering of opponents here. They're looking to clash 10 on 10. He's getting in trouble. He didn't carry, but he should start carrying because Spinetta is going to find that first blood, and we were just talking about it. They're going to be able to open up this match nice and early. It's all going to rely on Spinetta, on this Fanny, to lead the way for their team.
And she's already in the lead, and that's what you want to see from your assassin junglers. But speaking of things,
saw a little bit of a jump, a little bit of a clash there, but not going to lead to too much in between the two teams.
Man, I like what I'm seeing from MTY right now. The aggression, the engages, the follow-ups, the rotations coming in. But speaking of rotations, we are seeing Fanny taking down Lolita there, as she was trying to get that level 4 for the turtle, but she's not going to be there for this first neutral objective contest.
Not at all. A kill per minute coming from the jungler, and now Ken Don't Care in trouble again. His name is Don't Care, but I'm starting to think the rest of the team over there from MTYs, who doesn't truly care, as they're just looking to put Legacy away nice and early. 4-0 right now, unanswered kills and an unanswered neutral into the hands of Spinetta, and potentially looking for another kill here. They're going to force out the flicker, and now they're going to go ahead and disengage across that mid. And like I said, I'm starting to run away with this one.
Absolutely right. And we mentioned once they're able to secure these pickoffs before the objectives, it's going to go into their favor. And we did see them missing out that roamer. And the problem with having team fight compositions is there's no I in team. So if you're missing, then your team is not going to be able to successfully capitalize off of that composition, right? And we do see Spinetta there on this Fanny being able to find some of these pickoffs. We are seeing Avi here on this Kufa being able to just find the sets, find the engages. Man, look at his positioning right now. That him being in that bush gives so much vision in terms of rotation coming in from Legacy. And there he goes, already charging up for another engage.
They're going to put Alpha Utility out there onto this Lolita torn apart memory and Yang overturn. Haven't found the kill, and now Numian Blast, but Doctor's going to take him out before it can connect. That's going to be a nice kill from MTY, and then here comes Spinetta. Not able to find anything. Charge up from Avatex, but he's not going to commit too hard. He's going to committing Lapu, putting on that pressure on the Rupee on this glue, winning out that XP battle, winning out the advantage. Avatex and the Cooper not going to connect with the knockup. They have put a lot of pressure onto the gold plating.
Oh, that river manipulation falling quite short there. And a lot of wasted utility coming in from the side of Legacy here. And I do think maybe they're cracking under pressure, Dako, you know? Having so much on their backs right now, they're kind of fumbling the bag, but we can't count them out. they do have a lot of potential in terms of these sets. If they can kind of mitigate some of the damage and find some pickoffs themselves while this Kufra engages here, once they're able to disengage after that, like I said, they have the team fight composition. Their heroes scale better in those initial fights, right? So as long as they can get to that point, they do have a saving grace. Jolie don't care. Yes, he does have one death there in that goal lane, but he's one of those marksmen that scales a little faster. But speaking of things scaling,
Doctor's in trouble. He's going to be forced out on the flicker. He's not going to be taken out, but hang on. A flicker in from Rambo is going to look to find the kill. Numian Blast doesn't get it just yet. Concussive Blast didn't find the mark. Doctor slippery with the Brody. He's going to be able to escape, and Spinetta's able to find a turtle. He's not able to pick up a kill for the trade value down on the bot side, and now with the fan, he's able to return back down to the bot lane. Are they going to be able to put any damage onto that bot side tower? Hang on, they caught Spinetta in a bit of CC. The real world manipulation comes down, but Fanny able to clean up just a little bit, but they are going to be able to find the tower. So a trade does come in play for Legacy. Ying overturn on the Kin. Drops him a little low, not able to find the kill. So there we go. Legacy able to find something now on the map. They're keeping the game close here, Rims. Got a 3k gold deficit. And like you said, they do have that late game scaling capabilities. They can keep it competitive here, transitioning to that mid game. They still have a good shot to turn this around up against MTY.
But MTY also found a trade on that, right? We do see in the top side it being able to secure that tower. But speaking of things being secured, Alex on fire.
Huge Tyrant range to follow with that torn apart memory, turning him into memory to Spinetta, looking to put him further into the path, but he gets caught by the energy eruption, but he's still able to find the kill on Kin and escapes from that impressive tower dive. Jolie don't care with the blazing duet, hitting grass and nothing more than that. He's going to go back to the tower. Peter gets taken out by Doctor. He's 4-0-0 online. The gold laners from MTY, and the torn apart memory almost takes out Jolie to make it 5, but he narrowly escapes. But MTY still unanswered 8-0, Rim, as we cross over to the 6-minute mark of the game. I do have to say, though, a lot of pressure from the side of Legacy. They're going to have to try to keep this game close. They were down 3k, now make that 5k as Peter picks up that Ice Queen wand, so a little bit more utility coming out from the Eve. Will they be able to hold out just a little bit longer and be able to respond? This is a nasty game coming out from the side of MTY. Only about to hit the 7-minute mark and they're already up 8-0. Another Tyrant's range from Kufra. Yin Yang overturn, a huge setup, a huge play, and there goes the follow-up. As Kagger is able to find one, and Spinetta finds the other one, as Doctor is going to be able to take down the tower. And Legacy in a lot of trouble right now if they're not able to bounce back and find a response. But a blazing duet from Jolie don't care. Ken don't care. It's going to be right there with him to go ahead and take out Kagger. So they find one, or make that 2 after losing a couple, losing a tower as well in that mid side, but at least a little bit of sign of life from the side of Legacy.
And that's what you want to see, right? They have to keep their legacy going. They have a story to tell, and we want to remember it, right? But MTY, man, I was saying before, once you have this assassin jungler and they can find their momentum in this early stages of the game, it's kind of hard to shut them down, right? As we do see, Spinetta's KDA there is at 4-0-0. But while there's a null in action right now, I want to take a look at some of the items coming in, especially for the side of MTY, right? We do see Kagura building into that Genius wand. She already has that Clock of Destiny, going for that additional magical penetration coming in. We are seeing Brody already with that Malefic Roar, but a conceal play.
That's right, they're looking for the engaged Legacy, looking to try to turn something around. They find Doctor Lumion Blast is going to stack on top of Avatex. They're going to find a 2-0 unanswered quick skirmish. This right now is what we're talking about. Legacy trying to keep themselves in the game, trying to get their way back into the game. It's a 4k deficit. Fanny's trying to find something, gets popped up real quick by Frederick, almost takes out Rambo there on the Lolita, but is going to come up short there. Short, though, his Legacy is trying to find responses across the map.
Right, we do see Glue being forced to use that split up against this Lapu Lapu, who just constantly had his pressure there up in that top side. And I mean, you got to give it to MTY, right? They're playing their composition. Yes, I think they did get a little over aggressive there in the bot side, and we do see that Legacy is able to capitalize off of some of this over aggression and the mistakes that's being made from the side of MTY, right? We do see Rambo giving some vision here. We do see Ken also sharing this jungle, giving some of that gold into the hands of Jolie Don't Care, and that's the team fight. That's the team spirit that you like to see, right? But speaking of things to see here, MTY looking for potential pickoff here in this battle.
Ooh, but Avatex misses with the knockup as Jolie don't care. Tries to defend the tower with the blazing duet, narrowly escaping death there. They were able to take out Lapu though. And now Hang going to re-engage Rambo with the Numian Blast. It's going to get canceled out by Kufa though. Tyrant's range onto the wall. Looks like he's going to be a sacrificial pawn potentially, but with the flicker, able to potentially get out the way. No, Ken don't care. Meets him halfway with the pop-up. Peter with the real world manipulation there. Hang on. Now we got Whoopi in trouble. Destiny takes him down with the Yin Yang overturn. But it looks like Lord is going to be worked on by the side of Legacy. Doctor Torpor moves going to take out Peter. Finds the mid lane and now working on Rambo. Fanny looking for the back line, looking for Joey. He don't care at all. Spinetta, whatever you want to call him, is going to be able to find the kill. And just like that, it looked like a Lord potentially being picked up by the side of Legacy. But it's going to end up into the hands of MTY. The macro bullies right now. They're looking to take out Ken Don't Care as well. He's 1 HP. Destiny a little greedy. He needs to be careful there, taking a lot of shots from the turret, but picking up the ever so important neutral objective.
Man, that was such a good team fight coming in from the side of MTY there, right? But we did see that Legacy could have had a chance to potentially secure that Lord there, but unfortunately going to lose it outright. But I like the positioning coming in from Avi on this Kufra, giving so much vision for his team to be able to know where the enemies are, to set up for these engages or disengages. But speaking of engages,
Same with a quick pop up there, but they're going to keep their eyes on the prize. They found the tower. They have a Lord on the bot side. 2 tier 2s being taken out. They have opened up this map all the way to the inhibitors. Cooper charging up. They need to be careful here. Need to be careful of the engages. Oh my god, Peter! He was there, and now he's gone. A magic chick coming out from Spinetta. Now you see him, now you don't. A huge Tyrant's range coming out from Avatex on the Kufra. Torn apart memory finds 1 million blast from Rambo, but there's no one there to finalize or follow up on those kills. Over the wall comes members of MTY. Ken No Care trying to hold them back. Whoopie going to be taken out by Kagura. Here comes back to Fanny. Gets caught by the energy eruption though. Doctor's going to take out Ken. Rambo is next. Falls to the hands of Kagura, and just like that, MTY definitely performing at MPL level is going to shut down Legacy.
Man, we can definitely see this MPL top tier being displayed here in this match. Doctor gonna go ahead and secure that MVP, right? Looking at their KDA, some might argue that they're KDA players, but no, their teamwork was just that good, right? Look at some of the statistics coming in during this game. A lot of team fight participation coming in from, shockingly, their gold laner, their mid laner, and their roamer. The synergy was there. We did see them being in that gold lane early on in that match that helped Doctor kind of open up that map so he can rotate with them a little bit more. Fanny being able to dish out some crazy amounts of damage, getting those pickoffs. I think now the question is not who is Peter, but more so where is Peter, the amount of times that Spinetta was able to pick him off during this game. But man, beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of MTY, but Legacy didn't go out without a fight. You know, they tried, but unfortunately MTY is going to take the win.
Congratulations to MTY. The MPL Latam team was able to take that victory, and you know, moving on to that next stage, we will see them tomorrow. So I'm kind of excited to see what they have in store for us for the rest of the tournament. They seem like one of the stronger teams for sure. Now, coming up next, we do have Team Ace, and they are going to be versus Huevo. So 2 of the teams that we've actually seen quite a bit, especially throughout NACT and also MLSA. So we'll be right back, guys.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
Starscream. Bumblebee here and ready to roll.
Meet Grimlock's greatest warrior! Ravage, attack!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high-mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the Phalanx state, reducing damage taken from the front and enhancing his basic attacks into rapid strikes that deal AoE damage. Ultimate King's Calling. Minsithar leaps a short distance and calls 4 Royal Guards to form a field around him. The Royal Guards cannot move, but will attack enemies in the field, and their attacks can trigger equipment effects. Enemies within the field will also be slowed. Before the revamp, the field only prevented enemy heroes from using directional blink skills. The new King's Calling now disables all movement skills. Passive skill, Mark of the King. The redesign of Minsithar's passive shifts its function from support to individual playmaking. The new passive causes his basic attacks and skills to apply a stack of Mark of the King. At max stacks, the marks will detonate to damage and stun the target, and restore a portion of Minsithar's HP. This effect...
Welcome back, everyone. We do have our last match on the table for day 1 of the North American Battleground Arena. On the left side, we do have Huevo, which is the MLSA team, actually a familiar face around here, also participated in the last NACT. And on the right, we do have Team Ace, also an NACT team, top 16. Just lost to, I believe, Limey top there. So I'm super excited to cast this match. And on the desk with me, we will have Eunice and Rem. Eunice, how are you doing?
Doing okay. I actually was able to do watch parties with Aiko and was casting both of these matches actually, and I am excited to see the MLSA team out there. Actually, Huevo did pull up a pretty mean fight also in the qualifiers for NACT, and same goes for Team Ace, and this is going to be the Wild Wild East versus the Wild Wild West once again. But Rem, how are you feeling?
You know, I'm great. I'm excited to see how this match is going to go, especially in terms of drafting. Like, we are seeing this 1-1 being banned out, as well as this Fanny for the side of Huevo here. And a good response coming in from Team Ace with this Minsithar. His revamp has made him so annoying to deal with, so I do like that. And we do know that Huevo is one of those teams that's very dynamic in the way that they draft, right? So I'm not sure what to expect. I'm never sure what to expect from the team, which is, you know, quite contrary since I manage for them, right? So they keep me on my toes at the edge of my seat constantly. But I'm not too sure why they would ban out this 1/1, right? I do think that the nerf affected her pretty strong. Her ultimate, you can get out of the crossbow of 10 pretty easily now. So I'm not too sure why. Maybe they want to go for that more tanky frontline composition, and they don't want to give those weakness marks out that easily to her. But we just have to see as this draft goes on.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of target bans coming out from Huevo's side. The 1/1, for me, Maxi is going to be slotted into that gold position, and he does have a really, really tricky 1/1. Wolf also does pick up this Fanny pick throughout a lot of his rank games, so I do see him potentially slotting into that Fanny until it was banned out. And also Paul, one of the better Valentina players in the West side, I believe he has a Supreme title on it. So a lot of target bans coming out from Huevo, but they are relatively standard now. Minsithar and Joy, there's still going to be a Kaja available, and there's also going to be Faramis. So with the Faramis being banned out, Eunice, in terms of the draft priority, you think it's going to be a glue coming out, or maybe the Kaja?
Definitely is going to be that Kaja. You do want that single target suppression out there. I do recommend picking it up because even if glue were to get drafted, you can still take that glue into the team fights. But looks like Durs is giving us a little bit of mind games. Did see a little Angela there. Look at her little twin up there, the little doll. But actually, it's going to be Fredrin locking in, which is a very interesting prio pick, mind you. Not only does Rem run this squad as well, but alongside their coach Deku is one of the other founders of Huevo over there. No one's picking up the Kaja, but I said that a little bit too early. Ali's going to go ahead and pick up that Kaja, and Kobe is going to go ahead and lock in this Arlot.
Now, I do like the answers coming in from Team Ace. They do have that suppression at their disposal, and now they also have that burst physical damage, as well as that additional crowd control coming in from this Arlot pick here, right? I do think that they probably should have prioed the Kaja and potentially, give up something else at their disposal here. But there's still options for them, right? This Kaja, he has to go in so they can potentially go that burst route. There are heroes that's going to make it harder for this Kaja to play into. So once they know that, and they kind of keep that in mind with the heroes that they do draft in next, I do think it's going to give them the upper edge here.
Ooh, a little bit of a last pick, but they do manage to pull out this Franco. Now there's going to be 2 suppressions on the board. A lot of the turtle fights are going to be due to who is going to be suppressing who, or especially that right target. Farsa being drafted in relatively early. Now there is 2 CCs on the board. The Arlot is available to kind of use that final slash to disrupt Farsa's ultimate, along with the Divine Judgment. I feel like the Farsa pick is a very strong mage, especially with the Faramis and Valentina being banned out. But the response coming in, it looks like we might get a Chang'e game coming in from Paul.
See, the thing is, I've played with Paul a lot of times, and good thing he switched over to that, because I was going to yell at him after this game if he really went ahead and picked that Chang'e. But Max is going to go ahead and lock in with that Brody, and Brody is one of Maxi's signature picks. I have played with him before, actually with everybody on the side of Team Ace before, and their rotations are pretty nice, and I actually have played with Huevo, so this is kind of like I'm kind of the middleman right now, because I've played with both teams. They're both really, really good, and everyone is good at their roles right now, so I'm kind of stoked, and we are already finalizing the first 6 picks, but Rem, just by looking at these 6 picks, right? Obviously, votes can change within the last 2 picks right now, but just looking at these 6 right now, which draft are you leaning more towards?
I'm going to give it to the side of Huevo. I do think I like the pressure coming in for objectives by having this Fredrin and then the Farsa with the Fettered Airstrikes for additional zoning. Ali on this Kaja is going to have commit to dive in, either use that flicker divine judgment and then dash away. But it's still gonna put him in an uncomfortable position to be able to secure a potential pickoff, right? Again, the feathered airstrike can find Maxi on this Brody in that back line because we do know he's gonna be poking to apply those stacks to then go ahead and pop that torn apart memories here. But looking at some of the bans coming in, I would potentially like to see a Yuzhong ban coming in from the side of Huevo here. The Arlot, he can be flexed into that jungle position, and they can potentially have an answer for this Farsa with that feathered airstrike, right? Right now, they do have options to get to her, but I do think that Yuzhong would be a pretty good ban, especially since the side of Team Ace right now, they do have a lot of, versatility, and they're one of those teams where their hero pools are as deep as the ocean, right? So I do think that's something for the side of Huevo to keep in mind here, but there are still some options for the side of Team Ace to pick up themselves.
Yeah, right here, Team Ace did opt to go for the 2 EXP bans just to make sure that Kobe does have a good time in his match. Now, with the bans being finalized, you do see a Hanzo being banned out, and we were able to kind of see Empire Alex on that Hanzo, building up into that Molten Essence into a Trinity build, able to dish out a lot of damage and making sure that every single fight he's able to pick off one of the opponents. Now, with the Hanzo being off the board, I believe they are looking to slot into a mage right here, and some of the things that are going to be available is something like a Kadita or even a Kagura. Now, Julian, those are one of the harder heroes, especially onto that mid lane. It does provide a lot of magic damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, especially going against a range caster like Farsa here.
Yeah, Julian's one of those heroes where you kind of have to get up close in their faces, give them a little hug or whatever, in order to kind of dish out the most amount of damage. Yes, Julian does have different enhanced chain skills, right? We do have that first skill for that long range, second skill for the dash and the immunity, but the third skill is also a knockup. But in order to cast those, you kind of have to be in the middle of the team fight almost in order to dish that out. But a very unorthodox picks. I see Ree hovering over this Hylos, possibly might be a Grok side. Okay, I for a second thought that was going to be a Hylos side, which got me a little bit worried over there on the side of Huevo. But Wolf, one of his signature picks is going to be that Martis right now. He's going to go ahead and finalize that draft. Now, I'm already looking at that mid lane lineup, or mid lane matchup. I'm not liking it too much. It is a Julian with a Farsa. Now, Julian's skills are not that good, only because his passive is that third skill that needs to be enhanced in order to cast those different skills. But looking at every single lane, it looks pretty neat. So, my two wonderful analysts, we're going to go ahead and take this game away. This is going to be the final match. We're going to see Huevo versus Team Ace and Rem. Looking at this team fight, who's draft now that it's completely done, whose side are you favoring?
I'm still gonna give it to Huevo. I think they have more balanced composition. They have faster burst and zonage coming in with this Farsa. They have the frontline presence that's gonna be coming in as well. But speaking of things coming in, a potential reset is being requested.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset. I believe it is a wrong emblem. I do believe we should be able to get this reset off. Faithful?
Yeah.
We are able to provide a reset, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So we will have what he just Faithful just bounced. Alright, a quick reset coming in, guys. It should be a very fast draft as long as everyone readies up.
Your team is banning.
But yeah, in terms of the draft coming in from both sides, we did see a Fredrin matchup going against a Martis. Both of them should be opting to go for that Demon Slayer, going for a traditional objective focus, kind of, you know, turtle spawns. Everyone kind of goes into that turtle pit and duels it out. Now, the mid lane matchup, I think, is a little bit more special. You guys were talking about it earlier. It's a Farsa and Franco versus a Kaja and Julian. Now, I also know that Paul is one of the strongest Julian players, especially in the west side of the server. Julian has 3 abilities that can be used around, and there is about like 9 combos that you can use at all times. And with those 9 combos in every different situations, there's always going to be a correct combo to use. And that's what makes Julian very, very tricky to use. A lot of the times people, you know, they'll use their first, second, and then dash out or something like that. And they'll constantly spam something like that. But the ability to use Julian to its full extent is definitely going to be relied on, just you know, making sure that the combos sit very well. Now, Bruno, did they have a Bruno earlier? Eunice, I'm pretty sure they had a Brody pickup, so I believe this lobby is going to be reset one more time. The side of Team Ace has trolled the lobby once again.
Well.
Oh my gosh.
Well.
Yeah.
Not looking too good right now.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I think, you know, it happens. I do remember one time, it's kind of like when you pull up to a rank game and you show one hero, and the split second that, you know, the draft starts, you auto lock that hero, and sometimes it just puts you on a complete different hero, and you know, reset game again.
It was probably potentially like showing the win rate or something.
Yeah, there's just,
and then it just locked it in.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll definitely have another reset coming in, guys. Be patient. Do not go anywhere. I'll actually switch it to a little bit of a break screen as we get this figured out, guys.
Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. I am Megatron.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to another Hero Revamp Spotlight, this time featuring Minsithar, the Courageous Warrior. Not only has Minsithar been given a new look, but he's also been made into a much more versatile hero. With powerful engagement tools and a direct counter against high mobility heroes, the fearless Minsithar is a truly formidable presence on the battlefield. Hero Skills. We revamped Minsithar's first skill and ultimate, and completely redesigned his second skill and passive. First skill, Spear of Glory. Minsithar thrusts forward with the Spear of Glory and stuns enemies at the tip of the attack. Minsithar then pulls back his spear after a brief delay, damaging enemies along the way. Prior to the revamp, Spear of Glory only pulled the first enemy hero hit on its way back. The revamped version now pulls all enemy heroes the spear hits on its way back to Minsithar. Second skill, Shield Assault. The new Shield Assault provides Minsithar with enhanced damage and damage reduction. Shield Assault deals damage to enemies in an area and slows them. It no longer shields Minsithar or stuns an enemy, but will instead put Minsithar in the phalanx state.
Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome back to round 3 of Huevo, which is going to be on the bottom side, the blue side, versus Team Ace on the red side. And again, we do have the lovely Luminous, NACT Anchor. No, not Anchor. She's a caster. Available with us today. Now, kind of want to start off with the draft a little bit once again. I kind of feel like that mid lane matchup is going to be determined by how good Paul can make sure that he stays safe up until that level 3 where he gets his enchanted chain. Now, on the other sides of the matchup, we have Clint and Brody, both considered bullies. Now, we see Ali here coming in, Eunice.
You see a little bit of damage. Flicker being popped in early by Ali. Which looks like a little bit of him stepping his toes over their jungle, but that is a utility burnt for the side of Ace.
Yeah, he's not going to have that flicker available when the first turtle comes up, but at least it's going to be onto that roamer, right? And, you know, the job of the roamer kind of is just to go around giving a lot of vision, and Ali and both Zuck are doing a really good job making sure their gold lane is well and protected. Now, with the jungle rotations coming in, you do see Wolf onto this bot side already trying to get to that level 4 position, doing a little bit of a small invade, and Fredrin still on that red buff, just a little bit tad slow. His minions are going to be taken away here.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of farm denial coming in from this Frank is going to be Zoog, but we do see Paul doing a little bit of chip damage on Rito. Wolf coming into Mortar Coils. Decimation is going to go ahead and get first blood into side of Team Ace, but Dur's getting caught out here. But Decimation, but the hook lands. The Wolf might be knocked off, and Reed is going to go ahead and secure that kill for the side of Huevo, and that is a 1-to-1 trade.
Yeah, Zuck got that little sleight of hands, making sure that Wolf does not get out unpunished there. Now, with 2 junglers being down right now, Rito is still trying to get his level 4, and Wolf is just gonna slowly farm up, making sure that he can grab up some of these minions. Now, the turtle is starting to dance, but Paul on the top side
gonna get a little bit of chip damage here. Rito coming a wild charge, goes ahead and secures a kill on Kobe, which is the EXP laner down, which means this proxy the turtle might go into the side of Huevo. But look at Ali zoning out Durza over here. Iron Hook landing on Ali. He's gonna go ahead and get suppressed over there. Rito gets that kill, but Paul doing a lot of damage here. Might just be in a difficult situation. Wolf coming into Mortar Coils. Might deny this red tree, goes into hand of Wolf, but looks like they're still not done. Paul coming in hands, change Durza doing a little bit of chip damage. Reed's gonna go ahead and pick up a call on Paul. Another airstrike coming in. Wolf getting killed on Durza. Decimation has been unlocked. Rito getting caught out by Wolf still. We do see the Divine Judgment coming in from Ali. Double kill locked in by Wolf. Zuck on this. Frank was getting caught out. Flicker missing. Max coming to 24 memories with a secure kill on Zuck. And Durza pulling up, doing a little bit of chip damage at Maxi. And that was a whole situation in that mid side. But the scoreboard is even. But the goal lead is going to go into the hands of Team Ace.
Yeah, this is actually a beautiful match, kind of blossoming in, right? Team Ace, one of the teams that I've actually personally played with for quite a while. And Huevo, well known around the MLSA community. I've actually casted a couple of their matches also, and they really do show that they have the skills required to compete in North America. And Zuck on this Franco, we saw him hook already 3 targets every single time his iron hook is able to touch one of the targets. He does end up finding that kill, and that kind of just tells you that roam impact is a lot. But Durza right here hiding in the bush.
A lot of vision to the side of Huevo. Now has a lot of read, but Ali is also hanging out in the mid-side river. Paul's going to go ahead and deny some farm over there, but Rito is going to go ahead with zone. But Feather Airstrike coming out on Ali, dropping him dangerously low. Flicker is popped though, which is a utility wasted. But look at the top side. Durza getting dropped down dangerously low by Paul's enhanced chains over there. And look at the setup. Wolf coming in. Do you see the final slash locking in? Wild Charge stunning on 2 people. Wolf gonna go ahead with the decimation, going to secure a kill on that top side. But Maxi looking a little bit of a difficult situation here. But that is a 1-for-0 trade for the side of Huevo. But Divine Judgment locking in by Ali. Rita dropping down dangerously low. Prime Memories almost takes it off the nut, but Maxi going to go ahead and secure that kill, which is now going to be a 1-for-1 trade for that top side and that bot side.
Yeah, it was actually a 2-for-0 trade, and the advantage of Team Ace, they were able to grab up that Grok up there along with the turtle, and using the Divine Judgment able to pick up the Fredrin on the bot side. So Huevo kind of on a back foot right now. The gold lead has increased to this 2K mark, and Huevo on the backside right now trying to figure out if they can get anything going for them.
You see an Iron Hook landing, going a little bit wide. It hits the minion instead. Maxi doing a lot of damage though on Zook on this Franco. Wants to get the turret. But Rita's gonna go ahead and deny that turret trade. Ooh, Flicker not really responding to anything, which is a utility burn. They're gonna go ahead and proxy this turret, which is not looking too good. But Wolf on that top side gets a pick off on Ree on this Farsa. Now that is a objective and a kill trade, which is not looking too good for this side of Huevo.
Yeah, it seems like Team Ace kind of has it in the bag. They're able to kind of just making sure that they can get a winning matchup in every single lane. We did see earlier that they were able to grab up a kill on the top side and a kill on the bottom side, and Paul able to grab up that far side mid side, but he's shot dangerously low here, able to get right out. Now Turtle being up 40 seconds right now, does seem like Wolf is trying to pressure this top side here.
Looks like the proxy there. Kobe coming in with a little bit of damage there. Reduce the Bloody Hunt and Wild Charge locking in. Wolf doing a little bit of damage with the Mortar Coils, but not leading to anything. But that is Kobe off the board for the side of Team Ace.
Yeah, Kobe right now 0, 2, and 3 with the scoreboard, but he does have that tenacity emblem. Kind of tells me that he is looking to build up throughout the whole entire game, being that front line for the team. Now Wolf able to steal away that blue buff here with the Lord spawning. Oh, he actually did not use his Rechi and was able to pick up that blue, and Zuck just missing Ali barely by a little bit, but Ali has a great position right here.
Enhanced Chain, Divine Judgment pulling in Zuck on this Franco. Wolf trying to do a little bit of damage with his Mortar Coils. Dorito kind of denying that Feather Airstrike coming out on Ali. Dorito coming with the top. Paul coming in the hands chain in the back line. Gets a pick up on Ree. We do see Maxi coming in with the Turtle Prime Memory. Is going to go ahead and kill Daizu. Appraises Wrath. Actually misses the back line. Ali was able to get out of there, which is a 2-for-0 trade. Which is, it looks like the shell's starting to crack just a little bit for the side of Huevo.
Yeah, Paul right here with the advanced chain, just making sure that he can CC that Farsa every single time, but the Franco full coming in.
Iron Hook landing on Kobe. He's going to go ahead and try and deny that. Bud Zuck in the back line. Kobe also in the back line. Going to go secure a kill on Rito. That's a beautiful play coming in by Ali and Kobe over there.
Yeah, the more that we see Arlot, the more that we see that, you know, this hero is really, really good onto that EXP lane. And most of the people nowadays, they are looking to opt to build that tank route. Now, Arlot is one of the newest heroes coming in MLBB. And, you know, it's very hard to judge what a hero can do, especially early on. But Iron Hook.
Iron Hook lands on Ali. Feather Airstrike coming down. Is able to get out. Ali has to burn that flicker, though. Wolf coming in, trying to zone out the rest of the members, but looking to go ahead and deny some jungle here.
Yeah, Wolf right here looking to grab up that blue buff, but does not get it. Rito is able to retreat that away, but with 4-man mid right now, Wolf looking to kind of siege, but the objective is coming up in 20 seconds. It will be that Lord spawning around that 9-minute mark now, looking to have it invade that blue buff. You see the conceal place coming in.
We do see Wolves kind of zoning in with the Mortal Coast Gardens Barrier, giving it a little bit of vision. Kobe kind of getting the backside, and the hook misses wide once again. We do see the Lord popping up, and this is going to be proxy towards Ace.
Yeah, their team Ace is kind of running this bully style, and Huevo kind of just needs to make sure that Zuck can connect one of the iron hooks into that bloody hunt and making sure that they can get one of the members picked off, because team Ace right now, they're just kind of looking to bully the members of Huevo around, and especially with that Clint going up onto that top side, this objective is going to be is going to be handed over to team Ace with no contestants.
Yeah, that is not looking too good. We are looking at a very big goal lead as well. 7K deficit, but look at Paul and Hans Chin coming out. Barely skims Ree right there, put in a very difficult situation. And looks like the Lord is going to come down towards that top side.
Yeah, we see a 7K gold lead onto Team Ace's side. The Lord is marching down on the top side, but looking at the gold lead right now, you see Fredrin at 4.4K, just 3K away from Mobile Wolf, and also the Brody is able to grapple a lot, but mid side.
Other air strike coming out, dropping Paul dangerously low in the mid river, not able to secure a kill. Iron Hit lands on Kobe. He's gonna go ahead and take him off the board. Ree's gonna go ahead and secure the kill. Divine Judgment coming in by Ali. He's gonna go ahead and grab Ree. He's not able to get away. Max getting a double kill on Farsa and Daizu on this clip of Flicker missing wide once again. Max is doing a lot of damage on Durza and is able to get out Rito, put in a difficult situation, but that Lord is still coming down that top side.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough situation coming in when Huevo, they really have to try and get a pick off before the fight happens, and they were able to just secure that, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Maxi was able to come from that backside, able to pick off Durza, the marksman, and from the side of Team Ace, they are just playing extremely disciplined here. They're really just looking to deny a lot of the jungle creeps and making sure that nothing is left unchecked. Now Durza is able to pull up that red buff. Retri comes down.
Oh, doing a little bit of chip damage on Paul. Rito getting Divine Judgment by Ali. Looks like the Hands Chin's gonna go ahead, but Max is gonna go ahead and help secure that kill onto Rito. And Max is sitting at 6-0-1. His scoreboard is 6-14.
Yeah, 10K gold lead, 11 minutes in. A lot of the items are being finished up from both teams. Maxi already finishing up 3 of his core items, working on to 4, and so does Mobile Wolf. He's able to grab up 3 of the tankier items, and checking out this Arlot build, it's very, very cool. They opt to go for 1 damage item, which is going to be that Hunter Strike into a full tank build. So that's going to be telling you that he is looking to frontline a lot of this damage, and 12 minutes in right now. The Lord is coming up in 30 seconds. Team Ace has a lot of the map pressure, especially around that river area.
Absolutely. And they're going to go ahead and try to proxy that as much as they can. But Huevo backs up against the wall. Only 3 inhibitor turrets left at their disposal. It's not something that you really want to see early. And they have not been able to trade any turrets on the side of Team Ace.
Yeah, they really got to kind of huddle in and try to get 1 pick off and really use what Zuck has, and he does have that flicker available. And if they just went 5-man bot, or even just tried to punish this Lord that's being picked up by Team Ace, they should have a possibility. But Paul right here, Zuck does not, hesitated a little bit, does not go for that kill, and the Lord just goes uncontested to Team Ace's side.
Not liking this Franco pick if his hooks are going to go wide. And just like Trex and I casted in that last NACT, screw your win rate, what is your hook rate? Which is not looking too hot, but we're going to ask for a pause for the side of Team Ace. And looks like they're going to capitalize a lot of farm right now, as they are not looking too great for the side of Huevo.
Yeah, we're looking at a 12K 2k gold lead. The scoreboard is 14-6. 13 minutes in, Team Ace does have the lead, does have the map pressure, and is looking to close out the game with a nice sync. Now, this Lord is going to be different from the first one coming in. It is going to be a Luminous Lord. That means the Lord is going to be coming down and hitting one of the towers very, very hard. And just judging by some of the tower HP, it is going to be coming into that top side. Now, I'm not sure if we... Ooh, Faithful is back. Welcome back. We can unpause. All right. So this Lord will be marching down to this top side right here. I feel like in terms of what Huevo needs to do, they must get a hook. They must get a pick off, but conceal play coming in.
You do see that, but Hook missing wide once again. Not really liking this Franco pick. Wasn't able to get any set potential. And now it's up to Durza really to set the rest of the team up there. And look at them syncing up these lanes from the side of Team Ace.
Yeah, it's kind of beautiful. And I do think that maybe the Franco needs a different skin. The Collector skin definitely seems like they're able to hook, but I've also heard stories about the Scarecrow skin right now. Team Ace looking to siege right here. The Lord is marching down top side here.
Looking like a potential pick off the side of Team Ace. We do see Rita dropped a little bit low feather air strike coming out by Ree. Wolf coming with mortar coils.
Oh
coming in with
my.
the kind of flash coming in from Kobe. We go ahead and get a double kill on Fredrin. Dyson lucky kill and Kobe takes Kobe down off the board. But Ali coming in with Divine Judgment is not able to secure, but Dyson gonna go ahead and secure that for him on Ali. But that Lord is still left untouched, and that is a secured win for the side of Team Ace.
Victory!
Wow, congratulations to Team Ace. This was a 14-minute match. The scoreboard is 17-8. Now, Mobile Wolf 8-1-7. Getting that MVP, well deserved for his team. Just able to participate majority of those fights, but we cannot forget about Maxi and Paul. You know, we were just kind of doubting that Julian pickup at mid, but he was able to just control so many different parts of the map with his advanced chains and kind of just coming in and out of different situation. And Maxi playing a beautiful game here. Now, Eunice, the stats are coming up. Is there anything that stands out the most to you?
To me, we do see the team fight participation coming in from Team Ace, right? We do see Wolf, Ali, and actually Paul getting the highest team fight participation, which means you know that they were rotating as that 1-3-1 that we love to see, right? The jungle, the tank, and the mid. And that's really important, right? And we do see it, for example, the Ohio brothers coming from NACT. You want that synergy locked in as much as you can. And as Ali was able to use that Divine Judgment to pull everybody, Paul was always there to go ahead and follow up with him. And same with Wolf, always there to go ahead and use the motor coils and then finish it off with a decimation. But congratulations, Team Ace. You guys do advance, but nice try to this side of Huevo.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Ace. Now, we have just finished the first round, the day one of this North American Battleground Arena, which is going to be hosted monthly, right? So in terms of who we will be seeing tomorrow, I believe it's going to be Luminous, it's going to be TAD, Bedtimes, Akatsuki, Ackerman's Empire, MYT Esports, and also Team Ace. Now, is there anything you want to say, Faithful, or I will be ending the stream? Faithful?
You can end it.
I can end it. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching today's NABA. We will see you guys again tomorrow. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Make sure to follow us. We will have Discord links available, especially in my server. If you're not in my server or NABA server, make sure to grab those links up, and we will see you guys next time. Again, shout outs to the MLSA staff, Eunice, Rem, and also Coach Deku to, you know, host this event, and also